Welcome back, brothers, to Abalor. Tonight's story, the Death Corps is clashing with the Death Guard. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And I thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
The penitent Resolve returned from the warp 37 days after the Imperium had declared her lost. She emerged at the outer Mandeville Point without translation flare, astropathic warning, or the shriek of tortured reality that ordinarily heralded a vessel breaking from the immaterium. One moment the void was empty, save for drifting ice and the cold gleam of Vanek's distant sun. The next, the troop transport hung among the stars like a corpse lowered upon invisible chains. Her plasma drives still burned, her Geller field still pulsed. Her macro batteries remained loaded and cold behind sealed gun ports. Not one weapon had been discharged. Not one distress beacon cried into the dark. Her hull bore no lance scars, no torpedo wounds, no evidence of boarding claws or forced entry. That absence of damage made what had been done to her worse. Lieutenant Halbrecht leaned over the Auspex station aboard the patrol frigate, his will unbroken, watching the transport's ident runes crawl across the display. Confirm registry. The rating at the console swallowed. Confirmed, Lieutenant. Departamento Munitorum Troop Conveyance. Obedience Class Bulk Transport. Assigned to the Vanek Levy route. Complement. 34,816 souls at departure. 3 regiments of the Bracken 8th, armory personnel, crew, and bonded labor. And now? The rating adjusted a brass dial. Static rasped through the machine. No reliable life returns. Halbrecht stared through the armored observation blister. At first he mistook the shapes covering the penitent Resolve for frost. Then the frigate drew closer. Every exterior lumen had been removed. In their places, naked human bodies had been lashed to the hull with black cables. Men hung in overlapping ranks from prow to stern, their limbs drawn together with iron hooks, their torsos bent and broken into sweeping curves. From a distance, the corpses formed a vast crown. Thousands of bodies made its points. Thousands more formed its base. The dead had been arranged with geometric precision, every outstretched arm and snapped spine contributing to a symbol broad enough to be seen from several kilometers away. The bodies had frozen in the void. Mouths remained open. Eyes had burst or collapsed inward. Skin had turned white beneath Vanek's starlight. One corpse near the frigate's viewing blister slowly revolved at the end of a cable. His abdomen had been opened and emptied. His intestines trailed behind him like devotional streamers. Someone behind Halbrecht whispered a prayer. "Silence on the command deck," the lieutenant said. His voice remained steady. He was proud of that. "Vox officer, challenge them." The officer bent over his lectern and keyed the brass activation stud. "Imperial Troop Conveyance Penitent Resolve. This is Patrol Frigate His Will Unbroken, acting under the authority of Battlefleet Solar and Vanek System Command. You have failed to transmit verification, Cant. Identify your commanding officer and submit to inspection." Only static answered. Halbrecht waited. The transport's drives continued to burn with patient blue fire. "Challenge them again." The Vox officer repeated the demand, adding the prescribed warning of annihilation for failure to comply. The static vanished. A voice spoke across every channel. It was deep, measured, and unmistakably alien, yet its Gothic was flawless. There was no machine distortion, no uncertainty in its phrasing. Each word was pronounced with the care of a scholar addressing dull children. "We have returned your lesser warriors. Send those whose deaths possess meaning." The command deck fell still. The Vox officer's hands withdrew from his console. Then the voice began reciting names. Colonel Arvin Gast, Bracca Secundus, son of Merid Gast, commander of the Bracken 8th. He feared that his courage was merely the absence of opportunity for cowardice. Halbrecht felt the blood leave his face. Major Helvas Tern, Bracca Secundus. He embezzled ration allotments from the widows of his own regiment. The voice continued. Names, ranks, homeworlds, regimental numbers, private sins, a gunner who had murdered his brother during a drunken fight and allowed another man to hang for it, a medici orderly who had stolen morphia from dying soldiers, a priest who no longer believed the emperor heard his prayers, a sergeant who dreamed each night of abandoning his post and fleeing into the underhive. The recitation spread across the fleet's frequencies. It entered astropathic choirs, defense stations, merchant docks, and listening posts. Thousands of dead men were named and stripped bare before the entire system. Halbrecht cut the transmission. The voice continued through the command deck's internal address system. "Lieutenant Cassian Halbrecht," it said, "born aboard the Void Station, Pious Endeavor. You have imagined killing your commanding officer on 14 occasions." Halbrecht drew his las pistol and fired into the nearest Vox grill. The grill exploded in sparks. The voice emerged from another. "You believe hatred is loyalty. Shut down the system." Tech adepts tore cables from consoles. Ratings smashed relay housings with tools and rifle stocks. One servitor began screaming as alien code passed through its augmetic cortex, forcing its jaws wide enough to split the flesh at both corners of its mouth. "Lieutenant," said the Auspex rating, "System Command is demanding a boarding inspection." Halbrecht looked back towards the crowned ship. He wished the order surprised him. It did not. The Navy could not leave an Imperial vessel drifting within a fortified system. The Munitorum would demand its cargo records. The Ordo Xenos would demand specimens. The Mechanicus would demand access to whatever technology had subverted the ship. The dead belonged to the Imperium. So did every secret carved into them. "Prepare the breaches," Halbrecht said. "Emperor, preserve them." The boarding cutter Resolute Blade crossed the final distance beneath the frigate's guns. Its hull shuddered when docking clamps locked against the transport's primary collar. Chief Petty Officer Beron led 24 voidsmen through the cutter's forward hatch. They wore sealed carapace over pressure suits. Shot cannons and las carbines rested against their shoulders. Red targeter beams cut through the darkness beyond the lock. Beron touched 2 fingers to the aquila fixed above the hatch. "By his light, we enter," he said. "By his wrath, we return," the voidsman answered. The docking portal opened. Air breathed from the penitent resolve in a long, warm exhalation. The smell struck them first. Blood, human waste, burned wiring, rot held at bay by failing preservative systems. Beneath it lingered a metallic sweetness that Beron could not name. His helm display registered breathable atmosphere. He kept the suit sealed. "Formation Mortis," he ordered. "Pairs, 5-meter intervals. No one touches anything unless I command it." The passage beyond the lock was lit by crimson emergency lumens. Bodies filled the corridor. At first, Beron saw no wounds. The dead wore bracken fatigues and flak armor. Many still carried weapons. Some remained seated against the walls as though resting. Others lay face down or sprawled across one another. Then a voidsman turned one over. The corpse folded around the man's hands. There were no bones inside it. The dead soldier's limbs sagged like sacks of wet cloth. His chest collapsed beneath the pressure of a gauntlet, forcing dark slurry through the grill of his rebreather. Teeth spilled from his mouth and rang against the deck. The voidsman recoiled. "Thrown." Beron crouched beside the corpse. The flak vest was intact. No burns, no punctures, no blunt impact. He pressed a gloved hand against the dead man's shoulder. Something shifted beneath the uniform with the consistency of gravel suspended in grease. "Internal destruction," he said. "Some form of pressure weapon." "Pressure from what? Do I bear the sigil of the Red Planet, Hesk?" "No, Chief." "Then cease asking me questions fit for a Magos." They advanced. The same death waited throughout the embarkation decks. Guardsmen had collapsed in ranks, their skeletons reduced to powder inside unbroken armor. Some had ruptured internally. Blood and pulped organs had leaked through sleeves, collars and trouser seams, drying in thick black pools beneath them. One corpse had bitten through his own tongue before death. The severed flesh lay among his loose teeth. Another man's powdered ribs had been driven upwards through his throat. Jagged fragments projected from his mouth in a red, splintered fan. The farther the breaches travelled, the fewer signs there were of resistance. Laser guns remained clipped into wall racks. Ammunition seals were unbroken. Barricades had not been raised. Whatever had killed the regiment had done so before the soldiers understood they were at war. "Command deck lies 3 levels above," Baron said. "We reach the strategium, recover the shipmaster's log, and withdraw." A laugh sounded over the squad vox. It was soft and human. Every voidsman turned. "Hesk," Baron said. "Report." The rear gunner stood beside a heap of corpses. His weapon trembled. One of them moved. "Which?" Hesk aimed at the pile. "There." Nothing stirred. Baron studied the dead. Pale faces, open eyes, limbs tangled in the careless intimacy of slaughter. "Mark the location. Continue." They reached the strategium 13 minutes later. The blast doors stood open. Inside, the command crew had been nailed upright against the walls. Not metaphorically. Not with crude spikes through hands and feet. Black metal rods had been driven through their lower backs, threaded along their spinal columns, and forced out through the bases of their skulls. The rods held them erect with heels hanging above the deck. Several officers were still alive. Their scalps had been peeled away. The upper portions of their skulls had been removed with surgical precision, exposing brains that pulsed beneath webs of silver wire. Black devices clung to the wet tissue like iron insects. The shipmaster's eyes rolled towards Baron. His lips moved. "Vanek approach cipher," he whispered. "Kappa, Mortis, Sol, 7. A device sank hooked legs deeper into his brain. The shipmaster screamed until blood ran from his nostrils. Then he repeated the code. A second officer began reciting plasma drive tolerances. A third listed orbital defense frequencies. A fourth spoke the names of his sons between strings of navigational data. Above them, hidden speakers answered their prayers. "Your emperor does not hear you," the shipmaster sobbed. "He hears. Then he prefers your suffering." Baron raised his shot cannon towards the ceiling. "Vox source?" "Everywhere," said the squad's engine seer. "The alien signal inhabits the vessel's noospheric relays. Sever it. I would require access to the primary cogitator. Then find it." A wet scraping came from the passage behind them. Hesk turned first. The corpse pile outside the strategium unfolded. 3 shapes rose from beneath the dead. They had concealed themselves by wrapping human bodies around their armor. Flayed torsos slid from broad shoulders. Severed arms dropped from black plate. One alien cast aside the hollowed corpse it had worn across its helm like a hood. The Xenos were humanoid and tall enough to look an armored voidsman in the eye without standing fully erect. Their armor resembled overlapping panes of black glass, each plate edged in dull silver. Reinforced ridges rose from their skulls in the shape of natural crowns. They carried compact weapons with forked muzzles. The first alien smiled. Its teeth were narrow, polished, and far too numerous. "Contact rear!" Hesk shouted. Lass fire filled the corridor. Red beams struck the leading alien and bent away in sheets of distorted light. Its crown plate shimmered. Each impact spread across the armor as ripples across black water. The Xenos fired once. There was no muzzle flash. Hesk's breastplate slammed inward. His chest compressed to the thickness of a fist. Ribs broke with a sound like branches under a tank tread. Bone punched through his throat and cheeks. Both eyes burst from their sockets as blood pressure turned his head into a swelling purple mass. He remained standing for half a heartbeat. Then his body folded around the crushed center of his torso and struck the deck. The breachers opened fire. Shot cannon blasts tore limbs from the surrounding corpses, but flattened against the alien fields. Lass beams curved into walls. One Xenos advanced through the barrage with measured steps, studying the humans as though inspecting livestock. Baron fired at its knee. The shot vanished into a shimmer of distorted space. The alien raised its carbine. 3 voidsmen died together. Their bodies were dragged violently towards a point between them. Armor buckled. Skulls collided and burst. One man's jaw was driven through another's. Visor. They collapsed into a single knot of limbs, shattered plates, and leaking meat. "Fall back!" Baron roared. The strategium doors slammed shut. Alien laughter followed them through the bulkhead. The Sable Vigil received the Ordo Xenos priority transmission while holding station beyond Vanek's inner defense ring. Watchmaster Severin Cade watched the boarding party's final images upon the strategium hololith. He saw the black-armored figures rise. He watched human bones erupt through flesh. He listened to the alien voice reciting the hidden sins of the dead. Around him stood the warriors of Kill Team Callus. Garen Holt bore the yellow fist of his parent chapter upon one black pauldron. His armor was scarred but meticulously maintained. Each repaired impact left visible as a record rather than concealed beneath fresh lacquer. Brother Brax stood beside him, the white gauntlet of the iron hands marking his origin. Much of his face was metal. Optical augmetics rotated in constant adjustment, recording spectra mortal senses could not perceive. Rauk Iceblood waited with one hand resting upon the haft of his thunderhammer. Wolf pelts and carved fetishes hung from his black plate, despite repeated objections from the watch armory. Malak Voss remained silent beneath the hooded sword of the Dark Angels, plasma incinerator mag-locked across his back. Cade ended the recording. "The Navy lost contact 4 minutes ago," he said. "The transport continues towards the system under power. We require knowledge before extermination." Rauk bared one fang. "I require only a target." "That is why you do not hold command," Holt said. The Space Wolf's grin widened. "And yet you keep me close. Because a hammer is useful when properly aimed." Brax's augmetic voice carried no humor. "The Xenos defensive field adapted to repeated energy frequencies. Standard engagement doctrine will yield declining lethality." Cade looked at him. "Then vary the doctrine." "Affirmed." The Watchmaster turned towards the launch deck, where the Corvus Blackstar waited beneath banks of cold lumen strips. "You will enter through the starboard torpedo wound." Holt consulted the vessel schematic. "The hull bears no torpedo wound." "It will." Minutes later, the Blackstar swept beneath the penitent Resolve. Its Lascannons fired once. A coruscating beam burned through the transport's flank and opened a glowing wound across an empty torpedo magazine. The gunship banked into the debris cloud. Mag clamps struck hull plating. Breaching charges detonated. Kill Team Callus entered through fire. Holt went first, storm shield raised, bolter sweeping the smoke. Brax followed with frag cannon ready. Rauk and Malak covered the flanks. "Interlocking sectors," Holt ordered. "No repeated fire pattern. Confirm every corpse." Rauk drove his boot through the skull of the nearest dead guardsman. "Confirmed." They advanced through the troop decks. The Karvax waited in the barracks chapel. One alien stood before the altar, surrounded by kneeling guardsmen. 6 remained alive. Their hands had been wired together in prayer. Their weapons lay beyond reach. The Xenos placed one hand upon the first prisoner's head. It looked directly at Holt. Then it twisted. The guardsman's neck broke. Bone tore through the skin beneath his jaw. The alien allowed the body to fall before moving to the next man. "Garen Holt," it said, "son of a world that calls endurance virtue because it has forgotten joy." Holt's bolter remained trained upon its chest. "Release them." The alien crushed the second prisoner's skull between both hands. Brain matter spilled through its fingers. "Does your Emperor know their names?" "He knows their duty." The Karvax laughed. "That is not what I asked." Holt fired. The first bolt struck the crown plate and detonated against a wall of warped inertia. The second veered aside. The third shattered against the alien's shoulder without penetrating. "Cycle," Holt commanded. Brax fired a penetrator round. The hardened bolt punched into the field and slowed, hanging for an instant before dropping deformed to the deck. Malak's plasma weapon answered. Blue-white fire washed over the Carvax, turning the black plates incandescent. The alien staggered. Its field changed frequency. "Adaptation confirmed," Brack said. His frag cannon thundered. The concussive blast struck before the crown plate completed its adjustment. Plates cracked. Black blood sprayed from the alien's mouth. Rauk hit it an instant later. The thunder hammer connected with the side of its skull. The disruption field detonated with a noise like the wrath of a god. The alien's head ceased to exist as an ordered structure. Cranial ridges burst into black shards. Teeth scythed across the chapel. One silver eye struck the altar and burst. Brain tissue and blood painted the bulkhead in a steaming fan. The headless body remained upright. Rauk struck it again and drove the corpse through the deck. "Now the Emperor knows its name," he growled. "Dead." They found the astropath beneath the chapel. His body had been built into a black metal frame. Cables entered his spine, eyes and mouth. His legs were gone. His ribs had been spread open and fixed around a pulsing sphere that beat in time with his heart. Holt knelt before him. "Name." The astropath's ruined lips trembled. "Ifran Krail." "Speak, Krail." "They followed us," he whispered. "Not lost, not wandering. They waited beyond the light, watched the routes, counted the ships." His exposed heart convulsed around the alien sphere. "They chose Vanek." The sphere tightened. Krail's ribs snapped one after another. Bone ends pierced his lungs. Blood flooded from his mouth. "Why?" Holt asked. The astropath looked beyond him, seeing something in the dark no warrior could perceive. "Because something beneath the world called to them." He died with the last word caught behind his teeth. Brax turned towards the chapel ceiling. Multiple translation events. Holt's helm filled with warning runes. Across the outer system, hundreds of contacts appeared beyond the Mandeville Point. They formed no disordered fleet. Their vessels emerged in concentric crowns, each black silhouette placed with ritual precision around a central absence. Every Imperial Vox channel opened. The alien voice returned. "Your first answer disappointed us. The captains of Vanek demanded battle. They demanded it in the formal language of the Navis Imperialis, in clipped bursts of encrypted Vox traffic and petitions bearing seals of command. They demanded permission to advance upon the black vessels gathered beyond the outer Mandeville Point. They spoke of honor, containment, and the intolerable insult of allowing an alien fleet to remain unanswered within an Imperial system. Watchmaster Severin Cade denied them all. The image of Lord Admiral Cassa Vane glared from the Strategium hololith aboard the Sable Vigil. Static coursed through the projection, making the old officer's face twitch as though the flesh beneath his skin fought to escape. "You possess no authority over Battlefleet Vanek," Vane said. "I possess authority over the alien," Cade replied. "The distinction is meaningless. Then your failure to understand it is not an obstacle." The Admiral's jaw hardened. Gold service chains hung across the chest of his midnight uniform. Behind him, hundreds of officers and ratings moved through the command deck of the battleship Indomitable Creed. Tactical hololiths painted their faces red. "More than 300 hostile vessels have entered the system," Vane said. "Every hour grants them time to consolidate." Cade regarded the fleet display suspended above the Strategium floor. The unknown contacts were distributed beyond Vanek's outer defense cordon. Their formation resembled a crown when viewed from the system's zenith. Imperial augurs had recorded engine signatures, weapon emissions, and overlapping fields of gravitic distortion. Too much had been recorded. The Carvax ships were broadcasting their presence with the subtlety of cathedral bells. "They are not consolidating," Cade said. Vane's expression became contemptuous. "You have reached this conclusion after observing them for less than an hour? I reached it after they allowed you to observe them at all." Silence followed. Cade extended one gauntleted finger towards the hololith. Several contacts vanished as he dismissed their returns. "Your augurs identify displacement without mass, drive emissions without heat, weapon capacitors without energy accumulation. Most of those vessels are apparitions or remote platforms. The Admiral glanced aside. An unseen officer spoke rapidly beyond the hololith's field. Vane looked back. My Auspex prefect confirms inconsistencies. Your Auspex prefect required permission to notice them. The Admiral's face darkened. Cade ended the transmission. The battleship captain could protest through formal channels. By the time the complaint reached an authority willing to chastise a watchmaster during first contact with an unknown Xenos power, the system would either be secure or dead. Signal origin isolated, Brother Brack said. The Iron Hand stood over a secondary display. His left eye remained human, grey and bloodshot. The right was a cluster of rotating lenses. Thin mechadendrites emerged from beneath his black gorget and connected directly to the Strategium's data lectern. A planetoid appeared above the projector. It possessed no designation beyond a sequence of administratum survey marks. A barren sphere of dark stone, it traveled an eccentric orbit far above the system's ecliptic. No atmosphere, no mineral value, no reason for settlement. Surface emissions? Cade asked. Minimal. Geothermal disturbance beneath the southern hemisphere. Pattern concealed within natural magnetic interference. Vox traffic? Compressed directional bursts. The transmissions controlling the false fleet originate there. Cade studied the planetoid. Kill Team Callus will deploy. Watch Sergeant Garin Holt stood nearby with his helmet beneath one arm. His close-cropped hair was pale with dust from the penitent resolve. Dried black Xenos blood remained in the seams of his gauntlets. The enemy wants us to find it, Holt said. Perhaps. You intend us to go regardless. I intend you to discover why it wants to be found. Rauk Iceblood gave a low chuckle. The Space Wolf had not removed his helm. Scraps of alien tissue clung to the teeth of his thunderhammer. A courteous foe. It leaves a trail, and we follow it to the throat. Brother Cordain turned towards him. The Black Templar wore devotional parchment across his breastplate, each strip secured with red wax, impressed by the cross of his chapter. His heavy thunderhammer rested against one shoulder. Do not mistake calculated insolence for courtesy. I mistake nothing, Rauk said. I simply look forward to correcting it. Malak Voss checked the coolant vents of his plasma incinerator. The Dark Angel spoke without looking at either warrior. The alien survived long enough to study Imperial naval procedure, astropathic transmission, and private confession. Assume it has also studied anger. Cordain's helm lenses glowed red. Anger directed by faith is not weakness. No, Holt said. Anger directed by an enemy is. The Corvus Blackstar left the Sable Vigil beneath a shroud of electronic distortion. Its black hull drank the light of distant stars. Auspex bafflers reduced its profile, while its engines burned at a fraction of combat output. The gunship crossed the void without escort, approaching the planetoid from beneath the curve of its southern hemisphere. Holt watched the tactical feed from the troop bay. At first, the surface appeared lifeless. Mountains of volcanic stone rose above plains scarred by ancient impacts. Ravines divided the landscape like cuts across black flesh. Then the Blackstar descended beneath the planetoid's sensor horizon. The pilot flew through the canyons. Rock walls passed close enough to scrape the wingtips. Electronic countermeasures flooded the surrounding valleys with false returns. Static rolled across Holt's helm display, then cleared as the machine spirit compensated. Visual contact, Brack said. Holt looked through the narrow firing slit beside him. White shapes covered the canyon floor. For several seconds, he mistook them for mineral deposits. They were bones. Human skeletons lay arranged in geometric patterns, stretching from one wall of the ravine to the other. Every trace of flesh had been removed. The bones had been polished until they shone beneath the Blackstar's landing lamps. Skulls formed concentric circles. Femurs created long, radiating lines. Vertebrae had been threaded onto cables and suspended between iron stakes. Thousands of finger bones marked smaller symbols within the greater design. Seen from the surface, the arrangement was incomprehensible. Seen from orbit, it formed an imperial aquila with both heads severed. "Landing zone ahead," the pilot voxed. The Black Star settled into a narrow cleft. Its gravitic stabilizers stirred clouds of grey dust through the fields of white bone. The assault ramp lowered. Kill Team Callus entered the canyon in silence. Holt took the center. Cordain and Rauk moved ahead, their heavy hammers ready. Malak covered the heights, while Brax deployed a pair of servo skulls from compartments within his backpack. The constructs rose upon suspensor fields. Their empty eye sockets glowed green as they drifted forward. Rauk stepped over a row of polished skulls. "Their arrangement has no tactical purpose." "Incorrect," Brax said. "It communicates ownership. It also indicates the Xenos understand visual observation from orbit. It communicates that they enjoy playing with corpses. That is not mutually exclusive." Cordain crushed one of the skulls beneath his boot. "Xenos art deserves no interpretation." Holt looked towards him. "Everything the enemy creates deserves interpretation. Before destruction. Before effective destruction." The Black Templar offered no answer. They advanced deeper into the ravine. The settlement was concealed beneath an overhang of basalt. Its outer walls had been cut directly into the stone, black structures joining the natural formations without seam or ornament. No banners hung from the battlements, no braziers burned. Its architecture possessed the severe symmetry of a fortress and the deliberate elegance of a temple. The Deathwatch observed from a ridge overlooking the compound. Below them, Karvak's warriors moved through open courtyards in disciplined formations. They did not howl, scramble, or fight for dominance. Cohorts marched beneath silver standards, halting in exact ranks while officers inspected their weapons. Armorers worked beneath covered awnings, disassembling grav shear carbines with delicate tools. Servile castes transported ammunition, food, and water through separate passages. Holt magnified the image. The settlement contained command halls, workshops, and sanitation facilities. Heat vents carried waste towards sealed reclamation chambers. Data archives were protected within a central tower. Sculptures lined the approaches to the command precinct, each depicting crowned Karvax figures standing upon the kneeling representatives of conquered species. In one courtyard, officers gathered around a three-dimensional tactical display. They debated in their own language, gesturing towards projections of Vanek's fleet. "They are revising deployment models," Brax said. "Argument includes alternate interpretations. Subordinates contradict the senior officer without immediate penalty." "Not animals," Holt said. Malak's voice was quiet. That would have been simpler. A cohort entered the training ground below. One warrior failed to maintain formation during a simulated advance. Its officer struck it across the face, then drew a narrow blade and removed the warrior's outermost finger. The wounded Karvax did not cry out. It knelt, offered the severed digit to its commander, then returned to formation as black blood streamed down its hand. During the next maneuver, another warrior broke ranks deliberately. It moved around a simulated Imperial firing position and marked an unanticipated path of attack. The officer stopped the exercise. For a moment, Holt expected another mutilation. Instead, the officer removed a silver clasp from its own armor and fastened it to the warrior's breastplate. "Failure receives pain," Malak said. "Initiative receives status." "Cruelty does not preclude competence," Holt replied. A new voice entered their private Vox channel. "Competence does not preclude cruelty." The words were spoken in flawless Gothic. Every warrior turned his weapon outwards. Brax's mechadendrites moved across his forearm controls. "Channel encrypted. No breach path detected." The alien voice continued. "Garen Holt of the Imperial Fists, you stand where you can see all approaches, because surprise offends your belief that preparation is virtue." Holt remained still. "Rauk Iceblood of the Rout, Your pulse has increased. You wish to descend now, while hatred feels pure. The Space Wolf's grip tightened around his hammer. Malak Voss of the First Legion, you have already identified 3 routes of retreat and told none of your brothers. Malak did not react. Brax of Medusa, you replaced weak flesh with weaker metal, and now mistake sensation for truth. The Iron Hand's human eye narrowed. And Cordain of the Eternal Crusade, you long to answer me, because silence feels too much like doubt. Cordain spoke at once. Show yourself, abomination. Laughter rolled through the channel. Not loud, not manic. The sound carried restrained amusement. There, your brother's study. You obey. A marker appeared upon Holt's tactical display. The central archive tower. The alien had placed it there. Come, the voice said. I am Vaughn, herald of mockery. I have prepared truths for you. The transmission ended. Cordain rose from concealment. We strike before it transmits further intelligence. Holt caught the Black Templar's pauldron. We strike when the attack favors us. The alien has declared its position. The alien has declared where it wants us to believe its position lies. Cordain tore free of Holt's grip. Every moment permits it to poison more of this system. Every undisciplined charge teaches it how we die. The Templar stepped closer. Their helms almost touched. My chapter did not send me to the watch, so I might crouch above Xenos temples and admire their plumbing. No, your chapter sent you because the long vigil requires warriors capable of serving beyond the limits of their inherited doctrine. Cordain's hammer shifted from his shoulder. Rauk moved between them, laughing softly. Save it. There are alien skulls enough below for every kind of stubbornness. Holt looked towards the settlement. Brax, deploy the remaining servo skulls. Load demolition charges. The Iron Hand turned his augmetic gaze upon him. Frontal assault projection? False frontal assault? Minutes later, servo skulls descended through the western ravine. Each carried remote charges, Auspex emitters, and Vox projectors, broadcasting the war cries of charging space marines. At Holt's command, the charges detonated against the outer wall. Fire climbed into the black sky. Karvak's cohorts turned towards the blast. Defensive emplacements emerged from concealed housings. Gravitic fire hammered the approach, pulverizing rock and bone. The servo skulls advanced through the storm until one after another vanished in bursts of metal fragments. Cordain and Rauk struck the northern gate. Their thunder hammers shattered the locking mechanism. Holt followed through the breach, firing controlled bursts into the defenders. He advanced without haste, driving the Karvaks backwards while allowing them to see precisely what they expected. Black-armored giants assaulting the strongest point. Astartes' wrath made manifest. Beneath the settlement, Malak and Brax entered through a geothermal conduit. The passage was barely wide enough for power armor. Heat warnings pulsed across their displays. Scalding vapor rolled over black ceramite, while molten runoff glowed through grills beneath their boots. They reached the archive through a maintenance shaft and cut their way inside. Brax connected a mechadendrite to the first data pillar. The machine resisted. Karvak's code flooded his systems with recursive taunts, false sensory input, and simulated pain. Brax silenced the nerves in his remaining organic hand and continued. Data recovered, he said. Malak guarded the door. What do they know? Segmentum cartography, fleet routes, astropathic relays, munitorum tithing corridors. The archive chamber brightened. A map filled the air. The segmentum solar unfolded around them, assembled from thousands of captured minds. Trade routes glowed beside military passages. Navigator records pulsed in layers of stolen memory. Worlds appeared not as names, but as concentrations of population, industry, and strategic value. At the center hung Vanek Prime. Beneath its surface, an auric sigil burned. Brax froze the image. Cipher unknown. Mechanicus? No. Administratum? No. The Iron Hand magnified it. Access authority exceeds every local classification. The archive doors opened. Vaughn entered. He was taller than the Carvax warriors aboard the Penitent Resolve. Silver script covered his crown plate. A long glaive rested in his hands, its blade translucent and almost invisible. "You found the grave," the herald said. Malak fired. Plasma struck Vaughn's chest and spread across an inertia field. The alien staggered, armor glowing white, but did not fall. Brax fired his frag cannon. Vaughn moved before the blast reached him. The glaive passed through Malak's pauldron without resistance. Its blade became mist as it crossed ceramite, then hardened. Malak twisted aside. The weapon tore flesh from his shoulder, but missed the organs beneath. Brax sent a warning through the squad channel. "Archive contact. Priority extraction." Holt heard the message while crushing a Carvax warrior against the northern gate. "Withdraw," he ordered. "All elements converge." Cordain did not obey. He entered the archive ahead of Holt, hammer raised, oath parchments burning across his armor. "Alien," the Templar roared. "Judgment has found you." Vaughn turned. "That is what you call arrival after being invited." Cordain swung. The heavy thunder hammer struck the floor as Vaughn stepped aside. The impact split the chamber and hurled broken machinery into the air. The vitreous glaive moved once. Its blade passed through Cordain's breastplate as though through smoke. Then it became solid inside him. The Black Templar's chest expanded violently. Ribs punched outward through his armor joints. Both hearts burst beneath the sudden pressure, spraying blood through his gorget and weapon vents. The glaive's edge tore through lungs, secondary organs, and reinforced bone. Cordain dropped his hammer. Vaughn leaned close. "You were correct," the herald whispered. Silence was doubt. Cordain seized the alien's wrist. His dying hand closed with transhuman strength. Vaughn tried to withdraw the glaive. The Templar held him in place. "Abhor the witch," Cordain rasped. Blood flooded from his mouth. "Destroy the alien." His other hand struck the activation rune of the melter charge fixed to his belt. Holt reached the doorway. "Cordain!" The Black Templar looked at him once. "Complete the vigil." The charge detonated. White fire consumed half the archive. The blast hurled Holt through the doorway. Data pillars liquefied. Carvax artifacts became glowing vapor. The chamber ceiling collapsed in a storm of molten stone and black metal. Brax dragged Malak through the smoke. Rauk seized Holt by one arm and hauled him upright. "No sign of the Templar," the Space Wolf said. "Vaughn?" "No sign." Holt looked into the burning archive. The map of the Segmentum Solar flickered within the flames. Vanek Prime remained visible for a final moment, the auric cipher burning beneath its crust. Then darkness swallowed it. The Black Star escaped as the settlement collapsed behind them. Carvax fighters rose from concealed hangars, but the gunship descended into the canyons before their weapons could acquire it. Gravitic lances carved trenches through the rock. One strike caught the Black Star's port wing and peeled away armor in a shower of molten fragments. The pilot kept them airborne. Aboard the Sable Vigil, Brax transmitted the surviving archive data to Cade. The Watchmaster watched the auric cipher appear upon the Strategium display. He opened an Ordo Xenos priority channel. The transmission never reached it. Every lumen aboard the strike cruiser dimmed. Cogitators ceased responding. Servitors bowed their heads as a protocol older than the Deathwatch seized control of the vessel's communications. The auric cipher vanished. A new symbol replaced it. The double-headed eagle of the Imperium appeared in radiant gold, unadorned by departmental seal or sigil of office. A message followed. There was no greeting, no authentication request, no explanation. "Hold the system. The 10,000 are coming." The Lex Ultima entered the Vanek system as though the laws of void war were beneath its notice. No astropathic herald announced its coming. No courier preceded it through the Empyrean. It did not emerge at the outer Mandeville Point, where Battlefleet Vanek had gathered its battleships and defense monitors in expectation of the Karvak's advance. The vessel translated within the inner system. Reality split above Vanek Prime. Warp light bled across the darkness in bands of gold and corpse white, burning after images into the augers of every ship within detection range. The tear closed almost at once, leaving behind a warship shaped like a blade driven towards the heart of the system. The Lex Ultima was smaller than the greatest vessels of Battlefleet Solar, yet no captain mistook size for inferiority. Its hull was armored in plates the color of old gold. Aquilae spread across its flanks. Weapon housings lay recessed beneath armored shutters, their number concealed, their nature unrecorded in any catalogue available to Vanek Command. It transmitted no request for passage. It altered no heading to join the fleet's formation. Battleships, cruisers, and monitor stations adjusted around it instead. Lord Admiral Cassar Vane watched the vessel's sigil appear upon the command hololith aboard the indomitable Creed. His officers fell silent as identification codes unfolded through the battleship's strategium. The codes did not request recognition. They compelled it. One after another, the command deck's cogitators extinguished their lesser runes. Fleet orders vanished. Tactical projections dimmed. A single golden emblem occupied the air above the hololithic dais, the seal of the Legio Custodes. Several officers knelt before anyone ordered them to do so. Vane remained standing for 3 heartbeats longer than the rest. Then the Admiral lowered himself to one knee. Across Vanek Prime, generals bowed within subterranean command bunkers. Planetary governors descended from their thrones. Fabricator locums lowered mechadendrites in ritual obeisance, while Binharic canticles stuttered from brass vox grills. Priests prostrated themselves upon cathedral floors. Men who had spent their lives demanding worship from billions now pressed their foreheads to stone because the Emperor's companions had come. The response from the Lex Ultima contained 4 words: "Prepare to receive us." The custodians descended over Hive Vanek Secundus. First came the gunships, black against the clouds, until the rising sun struck their auramite panels. Their engines shook frost from the upper towers and shattered windows across the spires. Behind them swept grav carriers, bearing the warriors of the 10,000, each craft moving in silence that seemed impossible for machines of such mass. Caladius grav tanks followed, their armored hulls suspended above the air by repulsor fields that made the clouds writhe beneath them. Palace attack craft circled the formation like golden hunting birds. Virtus Praetors descended upon Dawn Eagle jet bikes, the machine's engines emitting a low, predatory growl as they banked through the poisoned atmosphere. The landing court had been cleared of lesser soldiers. It was not empty. Rank upon rank of generals, admirals, magi, prefects, and governors waited beneath banners stiff with freezing rain. Servitors held censers. Priests murmured litanies. Honor guards stood with weapons grounded and heads bowed. The first custodian to emerge from the lead transport carried a guardian spear in both hands. He did not look towards the assembled rulers. Neither did the warriors who followed him. They were giants clad in auramite, yet size alone did not define them. Space Marines were immense in the way of engines built for war. Their armor magnified every movement, each step carrying the weight of transhuman muscle and ceramite. The custodians moved differently. They possessed no uniformity of gait, no common rhythm. One strode with the stillness of a duelist approaching an appointed execution. Another advanced with his spear held loosely, the weapon's point drifting through tiny adjustments as if tracking threats no one else could see. A third turned his head towards a distant tower, an instant before an Auspex servitor registered a malfunctioning defense battery upon its roof. Each warrior appeared alone. Together, they formed a pattern beyond the comprehension of those watching. The Deathwatch honor guard stood apart from the mortal commanders. Black ceramite absorbed the reflected glow of the Custodes' armor. Garen Holt watched the Golden Warriors descend without outward reaction, but his auto-senses tracked every movement. He had fought beside Sons of Dawn, warriors of Guilliman's bloodline, scions of the Lion, and berserkers descended from Russ. He had witnessed Space Marines cross killing grounds that reduced mortal regiments to fragments. He had seen veteran brothers carve through Xenos elites and stand within the wreckage of armored companies. The Custodians were not merely superior examples of the same creation. They were something else. A Space Marine entered battle as part of a brotherhood, his instincts shaped by squad, company, and chapter. The Golden Warriors seemed to carry entire doctrines within themselves. They maintained no visible formation, yet none crossed another's line of attack. No warrior watched another's back, yet no angle remained unguarded. Rauk Iceblood leaned towards Holt. They walk as though the world has already confessed defeat. Maintain silence, Holt said. The Space Wolf's helm turned slightly. I said nothing untrue. Alarus Terminators emerged from the second transport. Their armor was broader and more ornate than that of the Custodian Guard, layered in auramite and carved with names too small for mortal eyes to read. Castellan axes rested in their hands. Their helms did not turn towards the watching rulers. They did not need to look at men to know where men were. Vexillus Praetor Helion Vos descended carrying the vexilla of the Concordance of Ruin. The standard was crowned by the Imperial Aquila. Beneath it hung oath parchments and strips of dark cloth taken from battlefields whose names had been erased from history. The wind changed when the banner entered the open air. Men who had endured hours beneath the freezing rain straightened without understanding why. Wounded officers ceased trembling. One elderly governor began to weep. The last machine to leave the gunship was a Contemptor Achilles dreadnought. Aemon Torocles struck the landing court with enough force to fracture the stone beneath his feet. His sarcophagus was entombed within a golden war engine of archaic design. An Achilles dreadspear rested in one fist, its blade longer than a mortal man was tall. Lastrum storm bolters were mounted upon the other arm. The dreadnought's helm turned towards the assembled commanders. Which of you allowed the alien to enter this system? No one answered. A sound like grinding tombstones emerged from his vox grill. It took Holt a moment to realize the ancient warrior was laughing. Shield Captain Acastian Rowe descended last. His auramite plate bore no excessive ornament beyond the talons of the Aquila worked into his gorget. A crimson cloak hung from one shoulder. His guardian spear was black-shafted, its blade carrying a shimmer of restrained power. Rowe's face was exposed. He appeared neither youthful nor old. His features possessed the grave symmetry of a statue carved to represent judgment. There was no anger in his eyes, no pride, no curiosity at the sight of the world's rulers kneeling before him. He regarded them as he might have regarded walls or doors, things whose value depended upon whether they obstructed his purpose. Lord Admiral Vane rose when Rowe reached the center of the court. "Shield Captain," he began, "Battlefleet Vanek stands ready to place its strength at your disposal." "You will place more than your strength at my disposal," Rowe said. "You will place your obedience." Vane's expression tightened. "I have commanded this system's naval forces for 32 years. My authority derives from Battlefleet Solar." Rowe stopped before him. The Admiral wore a power saber at his hip and a las pistol beneath his coat. Holt saw Vane's hand twitch away from both weapons, though he had made no conscious movement towards them. "You possess command because terror permits the fiction," Rowe said. "Do not force me to correct it." Vane stared into the custodian's eyes. Whatever he saw there ended the matter. The Admiral bowed his head. "My ships await your command." "They already obey it." Rowe passed him without another word. The War Council gathered within the Strategium Imperialis beneath Hive Vanek Secundus. The chamber had been built during an age when Imperial architects still understood restraint. Black marble covered the walls. Golden reliefs depicted the Emperor's armies marching across conquered worlds. A hololithic projector occupied the center of the floor, surrounded by tiered command stations. The custodians did not take seats. Rose stood at the hololith. Voss remained beside him with the vexilla grounded upon the stone. 3 custodian guard watched the exits. Aemon Torocles waited beyond the chamber's main doors, because the vaulted entrance was too narrow to admit his frame. Watchmaster. Severin Cade faced the shield captain across the projection. Kill Team Callus stood behind him. Malak Voss wore a fresh seal over the rent in his pauldron. Brax's mechadendrites connected to the Strategium's data ports. Rauk had cleaned the alien gore from his hammer, though fragments of black bone remained lodged in the weapon's runes. Cordain's place was empty. Brax activated the recovered Carvax archive. Fragments of the Segmentum Solar appeared in the air. Fleet routes and astropathic corridors glowed across the darkness. Vanek Prime formed at the center. Beneath it burned the Auric cipher. Rose studied the image. He betrayed no surprise. Cade saw that and understood. You recognize it. I do. You knew what lay beneath this world before you entered the system. Yes. Murmurs spread among the mortal commanders. Rowe ignored them. The cipher identifies the Auric Index, he said. Its construction began before the Great Betrayal, when the Master of Mankind still walked among his hosts. Several men made the sign of the Aquila. Cade did not. What is its purpose? To remember roads. The hololith changed at Rowe's gesture. Vanek Prime became transparent. Lines descended through its crust, joining a vast lattice embedded beneath the northern continental mass. The structure reached through the mantle like the roots of a metallic tree. The index records stable approaches through the Segmentum Solar, Rowe said. Warp currents, gravitic corridors, navigator observations, routes no longer present upon any chart in common Imperial service. Lord Admiral Vane stepped closer. Routes to where? Rowe looked at him. Terror. The word emptied the room of sound. The shield captain continued. Several passages were reserved for the Emperor's servants. Others lead to concealed anchorages, watch stations and fortress systems, whose locations were removed from ordinary record after the heresy. Cade watched the lattice beneath the planet. Evacuate it. That is impossible. Nothing beneath a hive world is impossible to remove, only costly. The archive is not contained within the lattice. The lattice is the archive. Its cogitator medium is fused into the mantle across a continental span. Its calculations rely upon planetary mass, geothermal flow, and the psychic resonance of the system's astropathic choir. A Mechanicus Magos clicked through a burst of alarmed Binharik. Rowe answered without turning. You will not interface with it. The Magos's mechadendrites recoiled. Cade studied the projected structure. Then destroy it. Done incorrectly, the Index will defend its knowledge by transmitting fragments through every sanctioned astropathic relay within range. The builders considered dispersal preferable to capture. An enlightened precaution, Malak said quietly. Rowe's eyes shifted towards the Dark Angel. Their age possessed many virtues. Wisdom was not always among them. Cade crossed his arms. How long to enact the correct destruction sequence? We do not know. The Watchmaster looked towards the custodian. For the first time, a mortal commander dared breathe loudly. You came without the sequence? I came because the sequence is not available. Then the archive may already be lost. Nothing is lost while it remains within my reach. The words were spoken without force. They carried more certainty than any shouted vow. Rowe turned to the assembled commanders. You will mobilize the system. Vane gestured towards the fleet display. The naval cordon is already at battle readiness. I did not speak only of your ships. Orders flowed from the Strategium before the council ended. Across Vanek Prime, bells began to ring. Munitorum seals were broken. Reserve regiments received ammunition. Planetary defense cohorts were dragged from barracks and work camps. Armor depots opened their gates, releasing columns of Lehman Russ battle tanks, basilisk artillery pieces, Hydra batteries and troop carriers, whose engines had not been awakened in decades. More than 4 billion soldiers, voidsmen, militia, skitari, servitors, laborers, and bonded auxiliaries were assigned to the defense. Hive populations were divided by district and function. Men who had assembled shell casings became ammunition porters. Manufacturum laborers were issued entrenching tools and marched beyond the walls. Underhive gangs were offered pardons in exchange for service, then shot by commissars when they attempted to negotiate terms. Entire hab levels were emptied. Millions descended into trench lines without understanding what they were expected to fight. Priests walked among them, proclaiming that the emperor had sent his golden guardians. The soldiers cheered when they heard. Many believed the arrival of the Custodes meant they would be saved. No one told them that the Custodes had come because their world could be sacrificed. Within the Strategium, Cade watched troop concentrations spread across the planetary map. "We require captives," he said. "Living officers, intact weapons, access to their command systems." Rowe did not look away from the display. "We require denial of the Index. The two aims do not oppose one another. They will. You cannot exterminate what you do not understand. I can prevent it from reaching Terra. And when the next fleet comes, then we will kill that fleet." Cade stepped closer. The Carvax studied imperial traffic, naval doctrine, chapter heraldry, and private memory before we knew their name. They possess gate technology that does not conform to known warp translation. Destroy every specimen in this system, and we remain blind. Preserve one at the cost of the Index, and blindness becomes irrelevant. The Deathwatch veterans remained still. Holt understood the meaning beneath the exchange. Rowe had not threatened Cade. He had no need. Should the Deathwatch obstruct the custodian objective, the warriors of the Long Vigil would become another compromised asset. Rowe would kill them with the same composure he might use to seal a blast door. Cade understood it as well. "Knowledge is a weapon," the Watchmaster said, "only when held by a hand that survives." Every hololith in the chamber turned black. Brax tore his mechadendrites from the Strategium ports. External seizure. The chamber doors locked. Aemon Torocles struck them from the other side. The impact bent the armored portals inward, but Rowe raised one hand. "Wait!" The black hololith brightened. A Carvax figure appeared above the projector. He wore crown plate engraved with silver faces. Each face was human, mouths opened in silent agony. A cloak of dark red tissue hung from his shoulders, still wet enough to drip upon the unseen floor from which the image was transmitted. His cranial ridges rose higher than those of the warriors encountered by the Deathwatch. A circlet of black metal had been driven through the bone. When he smiled, his polished teeth were red at the roots. "Gilded jailer of a corpse king," the alien said. Rowe regarded him. "Name yourself." The Carvax's smile widened. "Kharjul, High Exactor of the Ascendant Pride, bearer of the 9th crown, conqueror of the ossuary moons. I had wondered whether your dead sovereign would send one of his favorite chains." Kharjul's gaze turned towards Cade. "And you, black-clad collector of dead brothers. How many heraldic colors must you bury beneath that armor before you know what you are?" Cade's hand rested upon his vigil spear. "You know much for a creature whose species entered Imperial record today." "Entered your record?" Kharjul laughed. "You mistake discovery for mutual ignorance." Warning runes ignited across the chamber. Brax turned towards the fleet display. "Gravitic anomalies, inner system." Vane's face blanched. "That is impossible." The Carvax High Exactor lowered his head in mocking courtesy. "No, Admiral, merely unexpected." The transmission vanished. Space ruptured around Vanek Prime. Not at the Mandeville Point, not beyond the defense cordon, within it. Black rings opened between Imperial formations, each crown gate unfolding from a point of compressed darkness. Light curved around their edges. stars twisted into arcs. The hulls of Karvak's warships emerged from apertures that had not existed an instant before. Hundreds became thousands. They appeared beside orbital forts, beneath battleships, among transport convoys, and above the upper atmosphere. The void erupted. Karvak's weapons fired at point-blank range. Gravitic lances struck cruisers amidships and folded their hulls until prows touched engine decks. Void. Shields collapsed in blue fire. Macro shells detonated inside vessels before crews could close gun ports. The defense monitor hammer of Vanek broke apart above the planet. Tens of thousands of men spilled from the ruptured hull, some already burning, others alive long enough to see the world rushing towards them. The battleship Indomitable Creed rolled beneath a storm of black fire. Entire weapon decks vanished. Blood, air and bodies blasted from its flanks in glittering streams. Across the upper atmosphere, falling ships became artificial suns. Escape craft burned beside severed hull sections. Men tumbled through flame, armor melting against their bodies. Ammunition transports detonated, scattering burning shells across the night side of Vanek Prime. The sky became a sheet of fire. Upon the command hololith, the true Karvak's fleet closed around the world like the points of a crown. The first Karvak's drop fortress struck Hive Morn before the population understood that the Void War had become an invasion. It descended through the burning upper atmosphere as a black mountain wrapped in sheets of white fire. Defense lasers found it above the cloud line. Lance batteries struck its distortion field and bent aside, carving molten trenches across the hive districts below. Hydra batteries filled the sky with flak. Missiles burst against its armored flanks. The fortress continued falling. It struck the eastern habitation tiers. 9 hab blocks vanished beneath it. Towers containing hundreds of thousands of souls collapsed into one another. Ferrocrete floors pancaked in descending waves, crushing men in their sleeping cells. Manufactorum laborers at their stations, and entire congregations gathered beneath cathedral vaults. Glass and powdered stone spread across the district in a cloud broad enough to hide the sun. The impact traveled through the hive's foundations like an earthquake. Men were thrown from gantries. Transit rails tore loose and scythed through crowded platforms. Statues of saints toppled into processional avenues, their stone faces smashing through refugees beneath them. Water mains ruptured. Promethean pipes split. Fire raced through the underways, burning the oxygen from shelters whose doors had sealed against the bombardment. The fortress stood within the ruin it had made. Its outer armor unfolded. Black gates opened through the faces of the structure, and the Pride cohorts marched out. They came in disciplined ranks beneath silver standards. Crown plates shimmered beneath falling ash. Grav shear carbines rested against their shoulders with identical precision. Officers moved between the files, speaking in clipped commands, while the warriors separated into assault formations, prepared before they had touched the ground. They did not roar. They did not rush towards the nearest victims. They identified transit arteries, defense nodes, communication towers, and ammunition stores. One cohort advanced towards the hive's generator district. Another moved to cut the western mag rail. Smaller units entered the ruins to secure survivors for purposes the defenders would soon understand. Across the hemisphere, more fortresses fell. They struck Hive Damas, Hive Orison, and the industrial stacks of Calthran Reach. One landed upon an armored reserve depot and crushed 6,000 tanks before their engines could be awakened. Another entered the sea beside the port city of St. Vera, raising a wall of boiling water that crossed the coastal districts and carried burning ships through the streets. The night side of Vanek Prime became a procession of impacts. From orbit, the invasion resembled an iron rain. Lord Marshal Orin Drake watched the icons multiply upon the tactical displays inside his command Leviathan. The vehicle crawled across the ash wastes west of Hive Morn, surrounded by Baneblades, command chimeras, Hydra platforms, and companies of mounted infantry. Its armor was layered with devotional script and centuries of campaign honors. Vox masts rose from its hull like the spines of an iron cathedral. Inside, officers shouted over one another beneath banks of flickering hololiths. Enemy landings confirmed across 119 districts. Orbital defense platform Sanctity of Iron has lost attitude control. 3rd Vanek Armored reports gate manifestations inside its line. The Mordian Auxiliary Corps requests immediate reinforcement. Drake stood over the central chart with both fists planted upon its rim. He was an old man by mortal measure, narrow-faced and scarred, his uniform hidden beneath a breastplate polished to a black sheen. A power saber hung at his side. The red sash of Planetary Supreme Command crossed his chest. "Reinforcement denied," he said. The Vox prefect hesitated. "My lord, the Mordians are facing at least 4 Pride cohorts. They are holding a rail junction required by 12 million retreating laborers." "Yes, my lord." "Then they will continue holding it." The prefect transmitted the order. Drake watched the hemisphere burn. Infantry columns extended for hundreds of kilometers along the military roads. Guardsmen marched shoulder to shoulder beneath banners rendered grey by ash. Behind them came artillery tractors, fuel carriers, medici transports, and ammunition crawlers. Men collapsed from exhaustion and were dragged aside so the columns would not slow. Tank armies crossed the plains between the hives. Lehman Russ companies advanced in regiment-wide wedges, their battle cannons firing until the air shook continuously. Baneblades rolled at the center of the formations, demolisher shells blasting Karvax drop bastions into eruptions of black metal. Sentinels stalked through the smoke, marking targets for basilisk batteries positioned beyond the horizon. The artillery never ceased. Thousands of guns fired from prepared emplacements and improvised pits. Earthshaker shells climbed into the night in such numbers that their exhaust trails formed artificial cloud banks. Muzzle flashes raised the temperature across entire provinces. Thunderheads gathered above the firing lines, swollen by heat, smoke, and the ash of the dead. Black rain began to fall. It tasted of metal and burned flesh. Above them, the orbital war continued. The defense platform St. Drusus Ascendant broke apart after 3 Karvax vessels struck it with converging gravity lances. Its central spine folded. Macro cannon decks crushed together. Tens of thousands of voidsmen died in a single compression of steel, their bodies squeezed through ruptured bulkheads as blood and tissue sprayed into the vacuum. Other platforms fired until their reactors failed. Their wreckage entered the atmosphere, trailing flame. Gun towers, shrine domes, and kilometer-long sections of armor fell across the hemisphere. One struck the 6th Vanek Infantry during its advance towards Hive Morn. The impact erased 11 regiments and left a crater filled with molten ceramite, armor plate, and human remains reduced to shadows within glass. The Karvax did not allow fear to spread by accident. They cultivated it. The first mockery pylons appeared behind the conquered districts. Each tower was built from black metal and human bodies. Captured guardsmen were mounted upon iron frameworks with their armor stripped away. Silver hooks entered their nerves. Cables pierced their eyes, tongues, and spinal cords. Their limbs twitched in time with signals passing through the pylon. Some were kept alive without skin. Others had been opened from sternum to groin, so that the machinery could be threaded through their organs. Their screams entered the Imperial Voxnet. At first, commanders dismissed the sounds as crude terror broadcasts. Then the voices changed. 17th Mordian, withdraw to reserve coordinates, ordered the voice of General Malifar, who had been dead for 9 hours. Armored columns turn east. Repeat, turn east. The western causeway is compromised. Artillery Group Ossian, cease fire. Friendly units entering target zone. The orders carried correct command seals. They used private authentication phrases known only to senior officers. They reproduced the breathing patterns, pauses, and verbal habits of men whose brains had been connected to the pylons. Regiments obeyed. The 12th Hyrcan armor turned east and exposed its flank to a waiting line of Karvax grav batteries. The first volley crushed tank hulls inward. Turrets snapped from their rings. Crewmen were pulped inside vehicles whose outer armor remained almost untouched. The 41st Vanek withdrew from a trench belt that had not been breached. Pride cohorts entered the abandoned earthworks and opened fire upon the retreating columns from behind. Drake listened to the reports within the Leviathan. How many formations have received compromised orders? Unknown, my lord. Estimate, at least 200. Strike their command posts. The Vox prefect stared at him. My lord? Every formation whose authentication has been breached is a weapon in the aliens' hands. Mark their command vehicles for artillery. There are loyal officers inside them. There are loyal officers everywhere. The order passed to the guns. Earthshaker batteries redirected their fire. Imperial shells fell upon Imperial positions. Command bunkers vanished beneath explosions. Regimental staffs were torn apart over their maps. Vox operators burned at their stations. Men who had served faithfully for decades died without learning why their own artillery had found them. At Ammunition Depot Carthax, panic spread when refugees broke through the outer wire. Thousands of laborers surged towards the loading yards, trampling provosts and overturning shell pallets. Rumors claimed the Western hives had fallen. Others said the Custodes had abandoned the planet. Someone shouted that the Emperor's golden warriors were only ceremonial slaves. Commissar Havel ordered the gates sealed. The crowd continued advancing. He gave them one warning through the depot address system. When they ignored it, heavy bolters opened fire. Bodies burst beneath the barrage. Men folded around fist-sized impacts. Heads vanished in red mist. Limbs spun through the air. The first ranks fell, and those behind climbed over them until the ground became slick with blood and torn intestines. The guns fired for 6 minutes. When the ammunition belts ran dry, commissarial platoons entered the yard and executed the wounded with las pistols. The depot remained operational. Hive Morn's starport burned beneath a sky crowded with descending fortresses. Shield Captain Acastian Rowe stood upon the western landing field while aircraft fell around him. The concordance of ruin formed no conventional battle line. Custodian Guard occupied separate positions across the shattered concourse. Vexillus Praetor Helion Voss planted the standard between two burning fuel towers. Virtus Praetors circled above the runway upon Dawn Eagle jet bikes, their salvo launchers firing into Karvax descent craft. A black transport struck the void shield protecting the port. The barrier flared white. The vessel split apart. Burning fragments rained across the landing field, followed by dozens of Karvax warriors who had leapt from the craft before impact. They landed among the wreckage. Rowe raised his guardian spear. The weapon's bolt caster fired. The first round struck a Karvax warrior beneath the chin. Its adaptive field warped the impact, but the bolt detonated within the joint between helm and gorget. The alien's head tore free in a spray of black blood. The second round struck another warrior in the hip. Armor cracked. The mass reactive shell exploded inside the pelvis and cast both legs in opposite directions. Across the concourse, the other custodians fired. They did not loose volleys in unison. Each chose his own target, angle, and instant. Yet every shot contributed to the same annihilation. One alien turned to evade a bolt and exposed its spine to another. A warrior raised its carbine against Voss and lost both arms to shots fired from separate positions. An officer stepped behind a shield bearer, only for a Virtus Praetor to descend from above and drive a salvo warhead through the top of its skull. The custodians entered melee before the severed pieces had struck the ground. Rowe crossed 20 meters in a blur of gold. His spear cut through the first warrior's chest. Crown plate resisted for the fraction of a heartbeat. Then the powered blade opened armor, ribs and spine in one motion. The alien's upper body rotated away from its hips, trailing loops of dark intestine. Rowe continued through it. He reversed the spear, drove the butt through a second Karvax's throat, then fired the bolt caster while the weapon remained inside the wound. The alien's neck exploded. Bone fragments tore through the faceplate of the warrior behind it. 3 Karvax attacked him together. One fired a Gravshir carbine. Rowe shifted his weight before the weapon discharged. The invisible distortion passed close enough to buckle the Auramite at his shoulder, but he was already beneath the shooter's guard. His spear took the alien through the abdomen. He lifted it from the ground, turned, and used the impaled body to absorb a vitreous glaive. The phase blade solidified inside its own comrade. Rowe tore his spear free, splitting the suspended warrior from stomach to sternum, then removed the glaive wielder's head. The 3rd Karvax struck from behind. Voss killed it without looking away from his own opponents. His spear entered beneath the alien's arm and emerged through its face. No command had passed between them. None was needed. Aemon Torocles advanced through the center of the starport. Karvax anti-tank fire struck his contemptor frame. Gravitic impacts cratered the landing field around him and drove fractures through the stone. One beam caught his left shoulder and compressed layers of Auramite until metal screamed against metal. The dreadnought did not slow. A Karvax walker stepped over the wreckage of a marauder bomber. It possessed 4 bladed limbs and a cockpit surrounded by rotating inertia rings. Its weapons fired in sequence. The first shot shattered the ground beneath Torocles. The second tore away part of his hip armor. The third struck his chest and forced him back 1 step. "Acceptable," the dreadnought said. He charged. The walker brought 1 blade down. Torocles caught it against the haft of his Achilles dreadspear. The impact split the weapon arm at its joint. He drove forward before the machine could withdraw. The dreadspear entered the cockpit. Its point passed through armor, control throne, and pilot. The Karvax operator screamed as the blade pinned him inside the machine. Torocles activated the weapon's energy field. Golden fire flooded the cockpit. The alien's flesh blackened. Its eyes boiled. Burning organs burst from its mouth and spread across the inner canopy. Torocles lifted the walker from the ground. Its remaining limbs thrashed. Molten metal ran down the dreadspear. The dreadnought turned and hurled the wreck into the Pride cohort advancing behind it. The machine struck the formation with the force of an artillery shell. Warriors disappeared beneath its mass. Crown plates split. Bodies burst against the landing field. The wreck's reactor ruptured and transformed the survivors into silhouettes inside a sphere of white flame. Torocles walked through the fire. "Bring me another." Beneath Hive Morn, the Deathwatch entered the pylon network. Watchmaster Severin Cade led the descent through maintenance shafts filled with smoke and fleeing civilians. Kill Team Callus followed him into the primary transit tunnels, where black Karvax machinery had grown across the walls like metal roots. Human bodies hung from the ceiling. Their nerves had been drawn from their flesh in silver strands and connected to the pylon relays. Some continued whispering orders through lips that no longer possessed jaws. Others repeated prayers, while alien machinery adjusted the pitch of their voices. Holt fired a Kraken penetrator round into the exposed knee joint of the first Karvax defender. The bolt punched through crown plate and detonated within the limb. The alien fell. Rauk's thunderhammer crushed its torso against the wall before it could rise. "Advance by pairs," Holt ordered. "Change ammunition after every engagement." Brax's frag cannon filled the tunnel with thunder. A cluster of Karvax warriors disappeared inside the blast. Armor fragments struck the walls. Black blood, splintered ribs, and sections of polished cranial bone sprayed across the prisoners hanging overhead. Malak fired past him. Plasma engulfed an approaching exactor. The elite Karvax's adaptive field brightened, altering itself against the energy. Malak fired again before the transition completed. The field overloaded. Blue fire entered the alien's armor through every seam. Flesh cooked inside crown plate. The exactor staggered forwards, smoke pouring from its mouth, until Cade severed its head with the blade of his vigil spear. They reached the pylon's central concourse. Thousands of human prisoners waited beyond the archway. The Karvax released them. Men flooded into the tunnel with cables still hanging from their spines. Some begged for rescue, others screamed warnings. Several carried wounded comrades. Behind them, Pride cohorts advanced beneath the cover of human bodies, while the pylon's control lattice descended towards the Hive defense grid. Holt lowered his bolter by a fraction. There are thousands. There are seconds, Cade said. The prisoners came closer. One man saw the Deathwatch and began laughing with relief. Angels, he cried. The Emperor sent his angels. Cade raised his spear. Fire, bolters answered. The front ranks of prisoners came apart. Mass reactive rounds burst inside chests and skulls. Bodies folded beneath the barrage. Men behind them were thrown down by fragments of bone and armor. The Deathwatch advanced while firing. Human flesh filled the tunnel. The wounded crawled between their boots. Rauk crushed bodies underfoot because there was nowhere else to step. Brax's frag cannon opened a passage through prisoners and Karvax alike, turning the center of the crowd into a storm of limbs, blood, and pulverized organs. The Pride cohorts fired back through their captives. Gravitic shots compressed groups of men into red knots. One impact struck Brother Malak's pauldron and folded the ceramite inward, but his armor held. Cade reached the control lattice. He drove his vigil spear into its core and fired every remaining round from the weapon's bolter. The pylon ruptured. Across Hive Morn, false orders died in a shriek of static. At that same moment, Lord Marshal Drake's command Leviathan crossed the western ash plain. The Karvax inertia weapon fired from beyond visual range. No explosion touched the vehicle. No beam marked the air. The Leviathan continued moving for 3 seconds. Then every man inside it struck the rear bulkhead at once. Drake, his officers, Vox crew, servitors and attendants were compressed into a single layer of flesh. Bones shattered, organs burst, teeth and fragments of skull were driven into the armor plating. Blood flooded the deck until it poured from the ventilation grills. The Leviathan's outer hull remained almost untouched. It rolled forward without command and crushed 2 retreating infantry companies beneath its tracks before colliding with a burning Baneblade. The supreme mortal command of Vanek ceased to exist. Hive Morn's void shields failed at dusk. The final generator tower exploded beneath orbital fire. The protective dome flickered, collapsed, and vanished. Burning debris began to fall into the hive. Every functioning Vox channel opened. Kharjul spoke from orbit. Beneath this world, your dead king has hidden a road. Ro stood among the bodies covering the starport. Black blood ran from his spear. One custodian lay dead near the shattered control tower. His auramite split beneath repeated gravitic strikes. Around him, Pride cohort corpses formed walls of broken crown plate and opened flesh. The shield captain looked towards the tactical projection carried by a hovering servo skull. 3 hives had become untenable: Morn, Damas, Orison. Together, they contained 22 billion Imperial citizens. Helion Voss approached through the smoke. The alien knows the nature of the Index. Yes. Then the population centers no longer possess strategic value. Ro watched the hives burn. He did not hesitate. Order all military assets to withdraw from Morn, Damas, and Orison. Collapse the transit arteries behind them. Voss inclined his head. And the civilian populations? Abandoned. The word passed into the command network. Across 3 hives, soldiers received orders to leave. The gates closed behind them. 22 billion voices rose through the Vox channels as the Karvax descended upon the cities. Vanek Prime screamed. The Basilica of the Iron Martyrs had been built to contain the bones of 10,000 saints. By dawn, it contained the command of an alien army. The structure rose from the ruins of Hive Orison like a mountain of blackened stone. Its central dome had survived the orbital bombardment, though half the eastern transept had collapsed beneath the impact of a Karvax drop fortress. Statues of ancient crusaders still stood along the outer walls, their stone swords raised above avenues choked with ash.
bodies and the wreckage of Imperial armor. The Carvax had altered the basilica without defacing it. They had driven black pylons through the cathedral towers, bound gravitic emitters around the dome, and raised silver standards between the statues of imperial saints. Crownplate barricades sealed the processional gates. Artillery platforms occupied the surrounding plazas. Trenches cut through ossuary gardens and reliquary courts once reserved for
pilgrims. Nearly 1 million Pride cohort soldiers defended the precinct. Their formations extended through the dead hive for kilometers. Armored columns occupied the avenues. Throne engines stood among the ruins like idols, fashioned by a civilization that worshipped victory. Aircraft circled above the spires beneath overlapping fields of distorted gravity. Shield Captain Acastian Rowe studied the basilica through the hololithic display aboard the Lex Ultima. The projection showed defense lines, energy fields, and concentrations of alien command traffic. Red threat runes covered almost every approach. The enemy had transformed the shrine into a fortress capable of resisting an army. Lord Admiral Vane stood beside the display. "One lance strike would crack the dome," he said. "A full broadside would erase the district." "And the command archive beneath it," Watchmaster Severin Cade replied. Vane looked towards him. "Better destroyed than retained by the alien. Destroyed knowledge cannot explain how they located the auric index." The Admiral's face hardened. "We know how. They followed our ships." "No," Cade said. "They followed something else. The astropath aboard the Penitent Resolve said the world called to them. Karjul knew what lay beneath Vanek before his fleet crossed the system boundary." Rowe dismissed several assault projections with a movement of one hand. "Orbital bombardment is denied." Vane bowed his head, though resentment remained visible in the set of his jaw. "What force will be committed?" 36 of the 10,000, Rowe said. 3 Deathwatch kill teams." The Admiral stared at him. "That is fewer than 70 warriors." "Yes. There are 980,000 confirmed Xenos defenders. Then there will be sufficient targets." Rowe turned away from the display. No one laughed. Across Vanek Prime, more than 4 billion Imperial soldiers fought for trenches, roads, manufactoria, and burning hive districts. Entire regiments were dying to delay single Pride cohorts. Armored armies vanished beneath gravitic barrages. Artillery crews fired until their guns split and their lungs filled with ash. Yet the assault upon the enemy's planetary command would be entrusted to fewer warriors than a mortal infantry company. The decision was not madness. It was arithmetic, performed at the level of demigods. The first attack began without warning. A Spectrus kill team had entered Hive Orison during the night, moving through collapsed transit tunnels and ventilation galleries beneath the Carvax perimeter. The warriors wore lighter marks of power armor, fitted with auger bafflers, camo fields, and Auspex disruption systems. Their infiltrators advanced without battle hymns, oath declamations, or visible heraldry. At the appointed moment, they struck the sensor towers. Suppressor fire shattered aerial arrays. Haywire charges overloaded gravitic relays. An eliminator round crossed 3 kilometers of ash-filled air and entered the eye of a Carvax signal officer standing behind a slit narrower than a man's hand. The bolt exited through the back of the alien's skull, carrying fragments of black bone and brain. Across the Basilica precinct, Auspex feeds turned blind. The Corvus Black Stars came through the cathedral spires. They flew beneath the cloud ceiling, engines screaming between towers already collapsing under artillery fire. Carvax air defenses opened upon shadows and false returns. Gravity lances bent around electronic ghosts. Missiles struck ruined chapels and threw burning masonry across the hive. The lead Black Star rolled between 2 descending spires. Its wing clipped a statue of St. Geramond. The saint's stone head broke free and fell into the defenders below, crushing a gun emplacement beneath several hundred tons of consecrated granite. The gunships released their kill teams before landing. Black-armored warriors leapt from open ramps into smoke and falling stone. Grav chutes flared. Boots struck shattered roofs and processional platforms. Frag cannons fired before the Deathwatch had completed their descent, filling the defensive galleries with clouds of bone splinters, crown plate shards, and severed alien limbs. The Custodes did not descend with them. Golden grav carriers approached from the west beneath the cover of Caladius fire. The tanks floated above the ruins, repulsor fields hurling bodies and broken stone aside. Their accelerator weapons discharged with sun-bright flashes. The first shot passed through 3 Carvax armored transports and struck a throne engine behind them. All 4 machines ruptured along the same line. Black hull plates became molten shrapnel. Pilots and infantry were thrown across the avenue in flaming pieces. The second volley opened the western wall. Virtus Praetors entered the breach before the defenders understood it existed. Dawn Eagle jet bikes screamed through the rupture in a line of gold. Salvo launchers fired into the Carvax reserve ranks. Explosions threw aliens above the battlements. The Praetors banked beneath the falling bodies, interceptor lances extending as they struck the next formation. One Carvax officer lost both legs to a passing blade. Before his torso touched the ground, a second Praetor impaled him through the chest and carried him 30 meters through his own soldiers. The Deathwatch attacked from the east. The Custodes attacked from the west. Neither force waited for the other. Their assaults converged only because both had calculated the same point of collapse. Garin Holt advanced behind his storm shield as grav shear fire distorted the air around him. "Kill Team Callus, left gallery," he ordered. "Kill Team Mordain, suppress the nave. No repeated ammunition sequence." His bolter fired vengeance rounds into a Carvax shield wall. The first shell struck a defensive field and detonated in white flame. The second hit the same warrior an instant later from a lower angle. The adaptive field changed too slowly. The bolt entered the alien's abdomen and burst. Black intestines slapped against the warrior behind him. Brother Brax fired his frag cannon down the gallery. The weapon's blast did not leave bodies. It left portions. A Carvax warrior's upper skull remained embedded in the wall. Another lost the front of his torso and stood for several seconds while shattered organs slid from beneath his ribs. Broken teeth and fragments of crown plate rattled across the floor like spent shell casings. Rauk Iceblood charged through the remains. His thunder hammer struck an exactor in the shoulder. The disruption field broke armor, collarbone, and half the alien's ribcage. The exactor spun away, trailing one arm and a sheet of black blood. Rauk caught him before he fell. He drove the hammer into the alien's face. The skull collapsed around the weapon head. "Your kind talks too much," the space wolf growled. Malak Voss fired past him. Plasma consumed 3 defenders, melting crown plate into their flesh. One staggered forwards with his arms fused to his chest and his face burning inside the helm. Holt shot him through the mouth. The basilica doors opened before them. The interior was dark. Imperial saints lined the nave, their marble faces turned towards an altar hidden beneath Carvax machinery. Silver cables ran across the floor. Black growths covered the pillars. Human bodies had been built into the walls. The first Deathwatch warrior stepped inside. The floor screamed. It was not stone. Thousands of human brains had been embedded beneath plates of transparent black material. Stripped of skulls and bodies, the organs floated in nutrient fluid threaded with wire. Each footstep sent pressure through the plates and into exposed nervous tissue. The captive brains shrieked through vox amplifiers. The sound rolled through the basilica. Alarm runes ignited along the walls. Carvax gun positions emerged from devotional alcoves. "Proximity network," Brax said. "Human neural tissue used as a pressure lattice." "Can it be silenced?" Holt asked. "By destroying the floor." "Then destroy it." Frag cannons fired downwards. The first blasts ruptured the transparent plates. Nutrient fluid sprayed upwards in steaming sheets. Brains burst beneath the impacts, scattering grey tissue and black circuitry across the nave. The screaming intensified. Some of the voices begged for death. Others recited prayers with the speed of broken machines. The Deathwatch advanced through the noise. The custodians entered through the western transept. They made no attempt at stealth. A Castian row led the concordance of ruin between ranks of shattered statues. Guardian spears fired in measured intervals. Carvax defenders fell from balconies and choir galleries. Throats opened, limbs severed, or torsos ruptured by mass reactive detonations. 36 golden warriors moved through the basilica. They did not remain in squads. Each chose a path dictated by his own perception of the battle. One vaulted onto a pillar and crossed the upper galleries. Another advanced through the center beneath the standard of Helion Voss. Alarus Terminators vanished in flares of golden light and reappeared behind defensive positions, Castellan axes already descending. No custodian called for aid. None needed to. They fought as individuals whose private wars aligned perfectly. Custodian Othris Vale reached the Chapel of Severed Hands alone. The chamber appeared empty. Human reliquaries covered the walls. Carvax bodies lay across the floor, slain by the preliminary assault. A damaged throne engine knelt beside the far archway, its weapon limbs broken and its pilot chamber dark. Vale entered. The gravitic mine activated beneath him. Space tightened around his legs. Auramite boots sank into the floor. The custodian's movement stopped as though an invisible hand had seized him. Warning runes flared across his helm. The dead Carvax rose. 6 warriors unfolded from beneath their own corpses. Their crown plate had been covered in blood and torn flesh to conceal heat signatures. Vitreous glaives passed through Vale's armor at the hip, armpit, throat, and knee. The blades became solid inside him. Blood burst from the armor joints. Vale killed 3 before the trap closed. His guardian spear took one warrior through the face. He tore another in half with the blade's return stroke. His misericordia entered the third alien's eye and emerged from the rear of its skull. The damaged throne engine awakened. Its cockpit blazed silver. One arm descended. The first blow struck Vale across the back and drove him to one knee. The second crushed his left pauldron. Auramite split. Blood flooded from beneath the plate. The third broke the haft of his spear. The remaining Carvax glaives twisted inside his body, shredding organs and locking his limbs, while the gravitic mine held him to the floor. The throne engine struck again. Vale's breastplate collapsed inward. The blow compressed one of his lungs and shattered ribs that had been stronger than steel. Blood poured from his helm grill. He did not scream. He reached for his misericordia. The 5th impact drove his body into the floor. Auramite ruptured across his torso. Bone and blood sprayed through the seams of his armor. The 6th blow killed him. Roe entered the chapel before Vale's body stopped moving. He saw the broken spear, the active mine, the angle of the throne engine's arms, the positions of the 3 surviving Carvax. He did not call Vale's name. He did not roar. He did not alter his expression. His mind recalculated the battle in less than a second. Roe fired twice. The first bolt entered a Carvax warrior's shoulder joint. The second detonated inside the gravitic mine. The field collapsed in a burst of distorted light. Roe moved beneath the throne engine's next blow. Its weapon arm passed over his head. His guardian spear entered the pilot chamber from below. The powered blade cut through armor, throne, and the exactor fused within. Roe turned the weapon, dividing the cockpit through its center. Black blood and burning fluid poured over his armor. The machine staggered. Roe struck again. 6 cuts followed with such speed that they appeared simultaneous. The pilot chamber separated into 6 sections. Each piece fell burning to the floor, carrying portions of the Carvax operator within it. One section contained the alien's head and half its chest. The exactor's mouth continued opening and closing as flames spread through the exposed lung beneath its jaw. Roe passed it without looking down. "Vale is dead," he voxed. Helion Voss answered from the nave. "His name is retained. Continue." The concordance continued. The command nexus occupied the basilica crypts. Cade reached it from the northern ossuary, with Kill Team Callus at his side. The chamber had once contained the bones of saints. Carvax data columns now stood between open reliquaries, their black surfaces filled with shifting silver script. Mockery Herald Vaughn waited before the central archive. The left side of his crown plate remained scarred from Cordain's melter charge. One cranial ridge was missing. Burned flesh had fused to the armor along his throat. He bowed when Holt entered. "The Templar's death purchased you a memory," Vaughn said. "I wondered whether you would spend it wisely." Rauch charged. Vaughn's vitreous glaive passed through the Space Wolf's storm shield and hardened a hand's breadth from his throat. Holt fired. The bolt struck Vaughn's wrist. 3 fingers vanished in a burst of black blood and bone. The glaive fell. Rauch hit the herald with his shoulder and drove him into a data pillar. Vaughn clawed for a device at his belt with his remaining hand. Holt fired again. 3 more fingers disappeared. The Carvax stared at the mutilated hand. "Efficient," he said. Rauch stamped upon his left knee. The joint bent backwards. Bone broke through the rear of the leg. Vaughn fell to one side. The Space Wolf stamped again. The second knee collapsed with a wet crack, the lower limb folding in the wrong direction. Vaughn laughed through clenched teeth. Rauch raised his hammer. "Enough," Cade ordered. The Space Wolf looked towards him. "He lives." That was the command. Rauch lowered the weapon. "Your mercy is wasted." "This is not mercy." Brax connected to the archive. Data flooded across his augmetics. Stars appeared above the command nexus. Fleet strengths, planetary assessments, biological classifications, records of Imperial weapons and responses gathered throughout the invasion. A Carvax glyph translated itself into Gothic. Axiom trial. Brax read the supporting data. "This force is not designated as an invasion armada." Cade looked towards the projection. "What is it?" "A limited expeditionary pride. Its objective is assessment." "Assessment of what?" "Whether the Imperium warrants conquest, enslavement, or immediate extermination." Silence followed. Nearly 1 million Carvax had defended the Basilica. Thousands of ships burned in orbit. Entire hives had been abandoned. Billions were dead or dying. To the enemy, this was not war. It was examination. Vaughn laughed from the floor. Black blood pooled beneath his ruined knees. "You understand now," he said. "You believed this world was a battlefield. It is a question." Cade turned towards him. "And you are the answer we will dissect." The herald's silver eyes settled upon the Watchmaster. "You believe you have captured a herald." His broken hands opened. "You have preserved a witness." The implants driven through Vaughn's cranial ridges ignited. Brax severed his connection to the archive. Signal surge. Cade moved towards the prisoner. Too late. Every Imperial Vox channel across Vanek Prime opened at once. The strategiums of the fleet, the command stations of the Guard, the noospheric relays of the Mechanicus, and the private networks of the Deathwatch filled with the same image. It did not show the Basilica. It showed the interior of the Custodian command bunker beneath Hive Vanek Secundus. Golden warriors stood within sealed chambers. Tactical displays revealed reserve deployments, defense codes, and the positions of the Auric Index access points. Officers moved through corridors no alien had entered. The images changed from one hidden viewpoint to another. Vaughn watched Cade understand. His laughter became louder. The witness was already inside. Mockery Herald Vaughn entered the interrogation vault without walking. His ruined legs had been bound inside a restraint cradle of black adamantium. Chains crossed his chest, throat, and brow. Each link bore hexagrammic wards stamped into the metal by Ordo Xenos savants, though no taint of the warp had yet been detected within him. His broken hands were enclosed within separate restraint caskets. The remaining fingers had been locked apart so that no concealed gesture could activate another device. Suspensor fields carried the cradle into the chamber. Vaughn watched the Imperial attendants from beneath half-lowered eyelids. Black blood had dried around his shattered knees. The wounds should have left him insensible. Instead, he appeared mildly inconvenienced. The interrogation vault lay 9 levels beneath the command bunker of Hive Vanek Secundus. Its walls were layered with lead, adamantium, null circuitry, and Mechanicus signal bafflers. No unauthorized transmission was meant to pass through them. The inner chamber possessed no external access, except a single armored portal guarded by Deathwatch veterans. Every instrument within had been built to discover truth from unwilling flesh. Vaughn smiled when he saw them. Crude, he said, but sincere. Watchmaster Severin Cade stood beyond the surgical dais. His vigil spear rested upright beside him. Garin Holt waited at his right hand, bolter mag-locked to his thigh. Malak Voss remained near the door, plasma incinerator held across his chest. Shield Captain Acastian Rowe stood opposite them. He had not removed his armor. Black Karvak's blood stained the edge of his crimson cloak. His expression possessed the same calm it had worn during the assault upon the Basilica, as though nearly 1 million enemy soldiers and 1 dead custodian had been no more than a solved calculation. 2 Deathwatch apothecaries approached the prisoner. Brother Apothecary Solon wore the silvered pauldron of the long vigil over black plate marked by the red scorpion of his parent chapter. A narthetium covered his left forearm. Drill heads, bone saws, injectors, and extraction needles unfolded from the gauntlet in ritual sequence. Beside him stood Apothecary Meravan, an Ultramarines veteran whose armor bore the white helix. He carried a sealed case containing samples recovered from Karvak's dead. 3 Mechanicus biologians waited behind them. The foremost, Magos biologist Delton Rex, had surrendered most visible signs of humanity. Brass limbs supported a robed torso encased within an armored nutrient vessel. His face was a polished mask of copper, featureless except for 6 red optical lenses and a vox grill shaped like clenched teeth. Mechadendrites extended from beneath his robes and tasted the air around Vaughn. The herald turned his head towards the Magos. "You replaced your body with tools," he said, "yet still require others to wield you." Rex answered in a burst of Binharic. A translator grill rendered the machine cant into Gothic. Specimen displays compulsive dominance signaling. Linguistic aggression is defensive behavior. Vaughn looked towards Cade. Which of them will beg most eloquently? No one within this chamber will beg, Cade said. They always say that before anatomy corrects conviction. Solon locked the restraint cradle to the surgical dais. Commence examination. The first incision opened Vaughn from throat to pelvis. The monomolecular blade passed through pale flesh. Black blood welled behind it, thick and almost oily. Before Solon had withdrawn the scalpel, muscles along the wound constricted, fibers knotted together, slowing the flow. Accelerated hemostatic response, Meravan said. Rex inserted a mechadendrite into the incision. Blood contains suspended plate analogues. Coagulation is directed rather than passive. Neural command governs wound closure. Solon drove locking spreaders into the cut. The mechanisms pulled Vaughn's chest apart. Ribs appeared beneath layered muscle, black at their cores and pale along the outer surface. Several had been reinforced with fibrous mineral deposits that resembled natural armor. Additional bone struts joined the sternum to the spine. Vaughn watched the procedure through its reflection in Rex's copper mask. Your tools lack delicacy. Solon cut through the sternum. The sound resembled a saw biting into dense wood. I have dissected tyrannid synapse organisms while they attempted to digest me, the apothecary said. Your opinion carries limited weight. The chest cavity opened. Vaughn possessed 2 primary hearts and a third smaller organ nested behind the larger pair. His lungs were divided into segmented lobes capable of sealing independently. A second liver lay beneath the first. Dense membranes protected the major arteries. Meravan removed a section of tissue and placed it within a stasis vial. No bionic substitution, he said. No evidence of artificial construction at the cellular level. Nor demonic manifestation, Solon replied. Its flesh is material. Rex's instruments entered deeper. Genome displays directed alteration over numerous ancestral generations, engineered lineage, natural gestation, reproductive viability probable. Vaughn's eyes moved towards the Magos. You sound relieved. I experienced no relief. Then your masters removed more than flesh. Rex ignored him. A silver instrument touched one of the Carvax's exposed
Nerves. Vaughn's entire body convulsed against the restraints. The chains tightened. Muscles stood out beneath his skin like cables. He did not scream. A faint hiss escaped between his teeth. Rex adjusted the probe. Peripheral nerve sheaths reinforced. Pain response present, but compartmentalized. Specimen can limit propagation through conscious control. Meaning? Holt asked. He feels everything, Merrivan said. He chooses which pain matters. Vaughn's smile returned. Your yellow-armored ancestors practiced a poorer version upon walls. Holt stepped towards the dais. Cade raised one finger. The Imperial fist stopped. Vaughn saw it. Obedience disguised as discipline, the herald said. A common Imperial disease. Solon reached into the open chest and lifted a cluster of dark nodules attached to the spine. They pulsed in time with no visible organ. Foreign implants. Rex's mechadendrites closed around one. Gravitic lattice. Biological integration complete. Nodes emit compressed field harmonics below conventional Auspex threshold. Cade studied the exposed devices. Communications? Probable, Rex said. The nodes may interact with crown gate mechanisms through local gravitational distortion. Remove them. Vaughn laughed softly. Solon looked down at him. Explain your amusement. You believe removal ends possession. The apothecary cut the first node free. Black blood surged from the wound. Nearby muscles contracted, trying to drag the opening closed around Solon's instruments. Rex placed the node inside a containment field. Its surface continued pulsing. Signal persists without host, the Magos said. Cade looked towards Ro. The implants permitted Vaughn to transmit from the basilica. Among other functions, Ro replied. The shield captain approached the dais. Vaughn studied him more carefully than he had studied the others. You did not come to learn my organs, Gilded One. I came to learn whether your species possesses a weakness worth preserving. All species possess weakness. Yes. Ro's answer held no pride, only certainty. Cade ordered the spreaders released enough for Vaughn to speak, without blood filling his throat. Describe the Dominion. The herald's gaze remained upon Ro. You have seen it. We have seen an expedition. An expedition is a civilization expressing intention. Then express it clearly. Vaughn's smile widened, despite the hooks holding his chest open. Every Carvax is born into a pride. The pride is family, regiment, academy, inheritance, and judgment. Each bears a rank. Each rank carries privileges measured against proven supremacy. How is rank gained? Cade asked. Public victory. Battle, debate, craft, strategy, governance. A superior is challenged before witnesses. The challenger triumphs or is diminished. Diminished how? According to failure, loss of title, loss of property, loss of flesh. Vaughn turned his head towards the ruined remains of his hands. You have begun to understand. And if a planetary ruler fails, Holt asked, then the world has failed? The herald spoke as if explaining an obvious law of nature. Its pride is lowered. Its soldiers become laborers. Its laborers become resources. Its archives are stripped. Its children are ranked beneath those born upon worlds of proven worth. Enslavement, Malak said. Measurement. You rename chains to admire them. Vaughn looked towards the Dark Angel. And your Imperium renames chains as duty. Malak gave no answer. Cade stepped closer to the dais. Who rules the highest pride?
those who have not yet been defeated. A council? A throne without permanence. Authority exists only while defended. And Kharjul? High exactor of the expedition, victor of 9 crown trials, breaker of 3 lesser hegemonies. He was granted the first right of judgment over your civilization. Granted by whom? The Ascendant Prides. How many? Vaughn's teeth showed. Enough. Cade's voice hardened. How many fleets stand beyond this system? The number is irrelevant. One pride has been permitted to compete for the honor of opening your empire. Others observe. Rex emitted a sequence of warning tones. Physiological indicators suggest truthful confidence. Numerical evasion deliberate. Vaughn glanced towards the Magos. I could teach you to lie more beautifully. You could not survive the instruction period. The Carvax laughed. It was the first time the Mechanicus answer appeared genuinely to amuse him. Cade gestured towards the hololith. Brax, stationed beyond the primary field, activated the recovered archive projection. The auric index appeared beneath Vanek Prime. Crown Gate diagrams formed around it, incomplete and distorted by missing data. What do you intend? Cade asked. Vaughn watched the display. To join the road to the crown. Clarify. The buried engine remembers routes your species has forgotten. Our gates impose will upon distance. Joined together, they will create a passage through the inner systems your fleets cannot close. To Terra. To the heart you pretend has not stopped beating. The chamber's lumen strips dimmed as the gravitic node inside its containment field pulsed. Rex increased the shielding. Vaughn continued. This fleet is the first pride permitted to make the attempt. Success grants Kharjul dominion over your throne world. Failure grants the next pride the right to learn from his remains. Holt looked towards Cade. A campaign of conquest conducted as competition. Axiom trial, Cade said. Vaughn inclined his head as far as the restraints allowed. If your Imperium demonstrates utility, worlds will be retained. If your people display obedience, populations will be preserved. If resistance proves costly and barren, extermination will be more efficient. Rauk Iceblood's voice came through the chamber vox. The Space Wolf stood beyond the sealed portal, guarding the outer passage. Bring him closer to the door. I will demonstrate barren resistance. Vaughn smiled at the sound. The wolf still mistakes appetite for personality. Cade muted the external channel. The herald looked across the chamber, taking in the apothecaries, the Mechanicus priests, the Deathwatch, and the Custodian. Your civilization is already defeated, he said. You merely possess too much territory to understand the delay. No one answered. Vaughn continued. You worship devices you cannot build. You recite repair instructions as prayer, because comprehension would expose your ignorance. You sacrifice populations you cannot count to preserve borders you cannot defend. His eyes settled upon Cade. You gather warriors from dying brotherhoods, strip them of color, and call the result unity. Then row. You guard a sovereign who cannot rise, cannot speak, and cannot prevent his servants from devouring one another in his name. The herald's voice remained calm. That is your true achievement. You made ignorance holy. You made decay sacred. You made survival so wretched that extinction might become mercy. Holt's gauntlet tightened around the grip of his bolter. Malak remained motionless.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
The biologians continued measuring Vaughn's pulse. Rowe regarded the alien without anger. Survival is not required to be beautiful. Vaughn blinked. The movement was slight. It was the first unguarded reaction the herald had shown. Rowe continued. It is required only to continue. You concede every accusation. They are irrelevant. Your empire is diseased. It survives. Your species crawls through its own grave. It survives. You would condemn worlds to preserve a corpse. I would condemn stars. Vaughn studied the shield captain in silence. His taunts had found shame in admirals, anger in Astartes, and fear in mortal soldiers. Ro offered none. The custodian felt no obligation to defend the Imperium's virtue. He recognized no tribunal beyond the throne. For the first time, Vaughn's smile faded. Then it returned. "Ask him," the herald said to Cade. "Ask your golden jailer when he first learned we were coming." Cade did not look away from Vaughn. "Explain." "Months before the penitent resolve crossed our sight, the custodians of your dead king received their omens." Ro remained still. Vaughn watched Cade understand the silence. "Sealed prognostications," the herald said. "Gravitic irregularities, astropathic dreams, a crown above a buried road. They knew Vanek might draw an enemy." Cade turned towards Ro. "Is this true?" "Yes." The answer came without delay. Holt shifted behind the Watchmaster. "You had warning," Cade said. "We possessed possibilities. You allowed civilian traffic to continue." "Yes." "You allowed troop convoys to follow normal routes." "Yes." The penitent resolve carried more than 30,000 souls. Ro's expression did not change. Had Vanek been evacuated or placed beneath exceptional quarantine, any observer would have known the world held strategic value. So you left the traffic in place as bait. I preserved ignorance. You fed them ships. I denied them certainty. Cade stepped towards the custodian. The Deathwatch veterans shifted with him. The custodian guard near the chamber wall did not move. They did not need to. Their spears were already positioned to kill every Astartes present. "You knew they might come," Cade said, "and told no one. Knowledge dispersed becomes warning. To the enemy, to everyone." Vaughn laughed. The sound grew louder. "There, your black collector sees the chain around his own throat." Cade turned back towards the dais. "You will be silent." Vaughn's open chest convulsed. Rex's lenses flashed. Gravitic surge within spinal column. Solon drove the Narthesium towards the exposed nodes. Vaughn arched against the restraints. The reinforced vertebrae along his spine separated. Then they exploded. The first fragment passed through Apothecary Merrivan's throat. His head left his shoulders in a burst of blood, spinal fluid and torn cables. It struck the wall hard enough to crack one helm lens before falling beside his body. A second vertebral shard entered Solon beneath the chin and emerged through the crown of his skull. Bone fragments and brain tissue sprayed across Vaughn's open chest. The gravitic blast expanded. Rex's foremost biologian was crushed against the ceiling. His nutrient vessel burst, spilling organs, oil, and translucent fluid across the chamber. Another Magos lost 3 mechadendrites and half his faceplate as black bone cut through him. Vaughn's spine came apart section by section. Each vertebra became a projectile driven by compressed gravity. Cade raised his vambrace. A shard struck the ceramite and buried itself to half its length. Holt's storm shield caught 3 more. Ro moved through the storm. His spear cut one fragment from the air. His free hand seized another before it could enter Cade's eye. Vaughn's restraint cradle collapsed. The herald fell amid blood, surgical instruments and pieces of his own spine. The chamber portal opened from the outside. Rauk came through backwards. A vitreous glaive protruded from his chest plate. The weapon became solid and tore a trench through ceramite, skin and muscle as the space wolf twisted free. He turned, caught the glaive's haft beneath one arm and dragged its wielder through the doorway. The Carvax infiltrator struck the floor. Rauk stamped upon its head. Crown plate cracked beneath his boot. More aliens emerged through the walls. Their phase blades passed through adamantium as mist, then hardened inside the chamber. One weapon entered a Mechanicus biologian through the back and solidified within his torso. Ribs burst outwards. Wet organs slapped against the interrogation instruments. "Contact throughout the bunker," Brax voxed. "Multiple interior breaches." The Carvax had not entered through doors. They came through sealed walls, service conduits, and armor partitions, guided by the signal Vaughn had carried inside. Close combat consumed the chamber. Holt fired his bolter at a distance shorter than the weapon itself. The muzzle struck an infiltrator's breastplate before he pulled the trigger. The mass-reactive shell detonated inside the alien's chest, opening its back and throwing fragments of lung across the wall. Malak fired one plasma discharge. The shot took 2 Karvaks through the abdomen. Their armor glowed white. Flesh boiled within it. One fell in pieces when the upper body slid from the melted pelvis. A vitreous glaive passed through Cade's spear shaft and hardened near his face. He released the weapon, drew his Xenophase blade, and cut through the alien's wrist. The Xenos staggered. Cade seized its throat and drove the blade through the lower jaw into the brain. Rowe killed without wasted. Movement. His guardian spear severed one infiltrator at the waist. He reversed the weapon and fired into the open abdomen of another. The bolt exploded beneath its ribs, showering the chamber with black blood and shredded viscera. A third alien phased through the floor behind him. Rowe turned before it became fully solid. His misericordia entered one silver eye. The point emerged through the back of the skull, carrying a clot of dark brain matter. The bunker shook, not from battle, from below. Seismic alarms began sounding across the Strategium network. Brax's voice entered the chamber. Planetary descent event, extreme mass, northern continent. The remaining Karvaks died beneath bolter fire. Holt reached Vaughn's restraint cradle. The Herald lay twisted among fragments of his own spine. His lower body no longer moved. Black blood covered his teeth. Cade knelt beside him. "What did you transmit?" Vaughn's lips parted. Nothing emerged except blood. Rex dragged himself towards a surviving data console. Half his metal body trailed behind him, severed cables twitching across the floor. Enemy signal did not target extraction forces, the Magos said. Primary transmission carried subterranean coordinates. Rowe turned towards the tactical hololith. The northern hemisphere appeared above the ruined chamber. Karvak's markers spread beneath the crust. Not the auric index, the planetary defense controls, shield generators, geothermal regulators, magma locks, subterranean weapon relays. Vaughn had carried the enemy's sight into the bunker, so the Imperials would preserve him, transport him, and reveal the pathways surrounding their deepest secrets. The Herald's grin returned. The ceiling trembled. Across Vanek Prime, mountains shook. Hive foundations cracked. Trench lines collapsed into opening faults. Defense stations reported a descending object broad enough to eclipse the stars. The Crown engine came down from orbit. It was a fortress, a gate, and a war machine fused into one colossal shape. 6 limbs unfolded beneath its black bulk. Gravitic rings burned around a central spire that pierced the clouds. Suspended beneath the engine were millions of human prisoners. They hung in cages, chains, and nerve cradles. Their bodies formed concentric circles around the descending machine. Their screams reached the ground before its shadow did. Vaughn coughed black blood across the interrogation dais. "Now," he whispered, "your world will open." The Crown engine landed upon Vanek Prime without touching the ground. Its distortion field struck first. The air bent beneath it. Clouds collapsed into spirals. Artillery shells already in flight curved away from the descending fortress. Their trajectories twisted until they fell among the Imperial lines. Basilisk rounds burst inside ammunition parks. A Manticore missile turned in the sky and struck the regiment that had launched it, erasing 3 gun companies beneath a bloom of white flame. Then the shadow came. It passed over trenches, tank formations, and the broken remains of cities. Men looked up and forgot their prayers. The engine stood several kilometers high. 6 armored limbs unfolded from its underside, each one broad enough to crush a fortress wall beneath a single joint. Gravitic rings revolved around its central body. Between them hung millions of human captives in cages, nerve cradles, and chains. Their screams fell from the heavens in one vast sound. The machine lowered itself above the deepest approach to the auric index. its first limb entered the earth. The impact threw entire regiments from their feet. Trenches collapsed. Tanks bounced upon their tracks. A fault opened beneath an artillery battery and swallowed guns, crewmen, and ammunition carriers before closing upon them. 5 more limbs descended. Vanek Prime shuddered. The machine settled above the excavation zone, not as a fortress placed upon the land, but as a predator driving its claws into the body of a world. Shield Captain Acastian Rowe watched from the command ridge. Before him lay the Vanek Gate defensive line. It extended beyond the horizon in both directions. Trench belts circled the excavation zone in concentric rings, each reinforced with ferrocrete bunkers, minefields, razor wire, and prefabricated bastions. Billions of guardsmen, planetary soldiers, militia conscripts, and Skitari occupied those works. Their uniforms formed bands of color against the grey earth. Their artillery made forests of barrels. Their armor filled the roads until the columns ceased to resemble formations and became rivers of steel. Super-heavy tanks stood at the line's strongest points. Baneblades and shadow swords waited beneath camouflage nets woven from devotional cloth. Stormlords carried whole companies within their armored hulls. Mechanicus engines stalked between them upon many jointed limbs, incense pouring from exhaust stacks, while tech priests chanted Binharic petitions to machine spirits already angered by the planet's convulsions. Knight households gathered beneath the banners of dead nobles. Beyond them stood the Titan battle group. 3 warlord Titans dominated the plain, each one a walking cathedral of adamantium and wrath. Reaver and Warhound engines moved around their feet, like hunting beasts attending greater gods. Banners hung from armor plates larger than hab blocks. Bells tolled within their shrine decks. Moderati and princeps communed through amniotic suspension, while engine seers bled incense into their thrones. The crown engine eclipsed them all. Rowe regarded the tactical display projected from a hovering servo skull. "Enemy advance," said Helion Voss. The Vexillus Praetor stood beside him, the standard of the Concordance of Ruin locked upright in one gauntlet. Wind pulled at the dark battle honours hanging beneath the Aquila. Across the northern plain, mobile crown gates opened. They appeared as rings of compressed darkness surrounded by silver light. Each gate moved upon 4 bladed limbs, walking forward while its centre remained filled with impossible depth. Pride cohorts emerged through them. The first ranks marched in disciplined blocks, Grav sheer carbines held across their chests. Officers advanced beneath silver standards. Throne engines followed, their weapon limbs raised. Behind them came armor columns and artillery platforms that possessed no wheels, tracks, or visible means of propulsion. Imperial guns opened fire. The horizon vanished. Earthshaker batteries fired in sequence. Muzzle flashes rolled across the line like lightning trapped at ground level. Shells climbed into the poisoned sky until their contrails merged into a single ceiling of smoke. The barrage struck the advancing Carvax. Crown plates shattered. Alien bodies were torn apart. Cohorts disappeared beneath explosions broad enough to turn soil into molten glass. Limbs, armor fragments, and black blood rained across the formations behind them. The survivors closed ranks. A mobile crown gate brightened. Fresh warriors stepped through it directly into the gaps left by the dead. Within seconds, the mauled cohort stood whole again. Lord General Cassian Mordain watched the replenishment through his command optics. "Redirect batteries to the gates," he ordered. The artillery obeyed. Shells struck the mobile structures and curved away. Some vanished into the darkness at their centers. Others emerged from different gates and fell among Imperial positions. A barrage intended for the enemy destroyed the 32nd Vanek Reserve Corps. Thousands died beneath their own guns. Mordain lowered his optics. "Identify the source of their reinforcements." His chief tactician shook his head. "Impossible, Lord General. Each gate opens into a different gravitic signature. The reserves may be aboard ships, beneath the planet, or beyond the system. Then close every gate. We lack a weapon capable of doing so. Mordain looked towards the golden figures standing upon the command ridge. Then find one. The Titan battle group advanced. The warlord Dies Irae Vanek fired first. Its volcano cannon discharged with the brightness of a newborn sun. The beam crossed the plain and struck a Karvax throne engine taller than the hive towers behind it. The alien machine's distortion field collapsed. Its torso ceased to exist. For an instant, the lower limbs continued walking beneath an empty space filled with fire. Then they fell, crushing 2 pride cohorts beneath their mass. The warlord sounded its war horn. The note rolled across the battlefield with enough force to burst the eardrums of unprotected men. Imperial soldiers cheered from the trenches. Priests climbed parapets and raised icons towards the walking god. 3 smaller Karvax walkers emerged from beneath the smoke. They moved low to the ground upon hooked limbs, their bodies sheathed in black plates. Gravity lances fired from their backs in rapid sequence. The warlord's void shields flared. The first impacts broke against blue light. The walkers separated. One attacked from the left. Another crossed beneath the warlord's forward guns. The third leapt, its gravitic field carrying it higher than any machine of its size should have risen. Bladed limbs struck the Titan's void shields from 3 directions. The shields collapsed. The first walker reached the warlord's right leg. Its phase claws passed through meters of armor and became solid inside the knee assembly. Pistons burst. Sacred oils poured from the wound. Tech priests died as shrapnel tore through maintenance galleries. The second walker cut through the ankle. The third climbed the Titan's armor, carving open gun decks and shrine platforms as it ascended. Crewmen fell from the wounds in the god machine's hull, their bodies burning as they tumbled. The warlord turned, too slowly. Its right leg failed. The Titan began to fall. Warning sirens screamed across the Imperial line. "Clear the collapse sector," Mordain roared. There was no time. The Dies Irae Vanek crashed into the 7th Armored Host. Its mass flattened Baneblades, Lehman Russ squadrons, troop carriers, and tens of thousands of men. Tanks burst beneath it, fuel ignited, ammunition cooked off in chain reactions that rolled beneath the fallen Titan's body. The warlord's head struck the earth and split open. The princeps remained alive inside the command throne long enough to scream through every linked Vox channel. Then, the Karvax walkers entered the broken skull and killed him. The Pride cohorts reached the first trench belt. Grav sheer fire passed through sandbags, armor, and flesh. Men died without visible wounds until their bodies collapsed and blood poured from their mouths. Others were crushed inside their carapace plates, bones reduced to fragments that rattled beneath the skin. The militia fired until their lasguns overheated. Karvax warriors climbed the parapets. Vitreous glaives passed through breastplates and became solid within torsos. Guardsmen burst open from the inside. A sergeant lost his lower jaw and half his throat, yet continued firing until an alien blade entered his face and divided his skull behind the eyes. The central breach formed near Bastion Jericho. Rowe entered it with the custodians. He fought the massed infantry first. His guardian spear became a golden arc. Wide cuts passed through multiple enemies at once. Crown plate opened, arms spun away, torsos separated from hips. Each movement carried him through the space created by the last. A Karvax warrior fired from less than 2 meters away. Rowe shifted his spear and allowed the gravitic discharge to strike the corpse of the alien he had just killed. The dead body compacted around the invisible force, ribs, armor, and organs collapsing into a fist-sized knot. Rowe threw it into the next rank. Helion Voss fought beside him, not behind, not ahead. Beside was merely the nearest mortal word for the relationship between their movements. Voss impaled a Karvax officer. Rowe severed the weapon arm of the warrior, attempting to exploit the opening. Another custodian fired through the gap. A fourth took the head from the exactor directing the attack. They did not exchange commands. Their execution pattern formed and reformed around every threat. When Pride cohort infantry pressed them, Rowe widened his stance and turned the spear through sweeping arcs that opened bodies from shoulder to pelvis. When exactors entered the breach, he changed. The movements became smaller, precise, a thrust through the throat, a reverse cut behind the knee, a misericordia driven beneath the arm, while the spear trapped an enemy weapon. No wasted strength, no unnecessary flourish. The Carvax elite taunted as they fought. Golden jailer. Rowe removed the speaker's face. Manufactured slave. His spear entered the alien's mouth and emerged through the crown. Your king rots. Rowe fired the bolt caster, while the blade remained inside the skull. The head burst. Fragments of black bone and silver eye fluid sprayed across his auramite. He did not answer. Deathwatch kill teams entered the battle through teleportation. Warning sigils flared behind the Carvax artillery line. Black-armored veterans appeared in flashes of displaced air and screaming energy. Several materialized inside alien soldiers. Flesh, armor, and ceramite fused together. The Carvax died at once. One Deathwatch warrior tore himself free from the remains wrapped around his torso and opened fire before the severed alien limbs had struck the ground. Brax emerged beside a gravitic bombard. His frag cannon fired. The first shell shredded the weapon crew. Black blood and bone fragments coated the machine's controls. He changed ammunition. A penetrator round struck the nearest exactor in the chest. Its adaptive field slowed the shell, but did not stop it. He changed again. An inferno round burst across the alien's helm. Fire entered through the eye slits and cooked the head within. He changed again. A mass-reactive shell struck the weakened joint beneath the collar and detonated inside the torso. The exactor came apart. Adaptation denied, Brax said. Holt advanced at his side, storm shield raised. Artillery corps ahead. Malak, prepare the relay. The Dark Angel reached the captured gravitic mechanism at the center of the battery. Silver rings rotated around a black sphere, drawing energy from the mobile crown gates. Malak locked his plasma incinerator into sustained discharge. Warning runes filled his helm. The weapon's heat climbed beyond sacred tolerances. Cooling vents opened. Plasma coils screamed. The machine spirit protested through the grip. Malak ignored it. He tore away the containment housing and drove the incinerator's venting assembly into the Carvax relay. Withdraw, he said. Rauk looked at the glowing mechanism. How far? Further than this. The relay absorbed the plasma heat. Its gravitic rings accelerated. Space contracted around it. For one instant, the battlefield appeared to bend towards a point of blue-white light. Then the relay became a sun. The explosion had no smoke. It possessed only radiance. Carvax artillery platforms vanished. Pride cohorts became black silhouettes, then ash. The ground turned to glass across hundreds of meters. Deathwatch armor warnings shrieked as the kill teams teleported away a heartbeat before the expanding sphere consumed their position. The mobile crown gates nearest the blast collapsed, their centers sealed upon the warriors passing through them. Some Carvax were divided cleanly at the waist. Others reappeared fused into the gate frames, bodies and armor stretched into screaming layers across black metal. The Imperial line cheered. Then the mockery pylons began to speak. Lord Marshal Drake's dead voice entered 1,000 command channels. Western defense groups withdraw to reserve line Calthus. The authentication codes were correct. The command cadence was perfect. Across the western trenches, militia officers obeyed. Millions abandoned their positions. They moved along prescribed retreat corridors towards the reserve formations, advancing to reinforce them. Infantry columns collided. Tank roads became blocked by panicked men. Artillery tractors overturned, while attempting to turn in spaces too narrow for their hulls. Commissarial blocking units raised their weapons. "Return to your positions," the loudhailers commanded. The retreat continued. The first heavy bolters opened fire. Militia died in ranks. Rounds tore men apart from behind. Torsos burst. Legs were severed at the thigh. Men fell into drainage trenches already filled with blood and were trampled beneath those following them. Reserve troops fired into the approaching mass. The retreat became a massacre before the Carvax reached it. Mockery pylons broadcast the laughter of dead generals across the killing fields. At the central breach, Voss climbed the mound of alien corpses. The bodies had risen above the trench wall. Carvax dead lay split, burned and crushed beneath one another. Black blood ran down the heap in streams. The Vexillus Praetor reached the summit. He drove the custodian standard into the flesh. The Aquila rose above the smoke. Something changed in the men below. They had seen Titans fall. They had watched their own artillery destroy friendly regiments. Their trenches were filled with blood deep enough to drown the wounded. Guardsmen fought while standing upon the bodies of comrades because the dead had covered the duckboards. Then they saw the golden standard. They saw the custodians beneath it. They rallied. A Vanik captain climbed onto the parapet and raised his power sword. "By the throne, hold!" A Gravshir shot struck him. His body folded in half. The men held anyway. They fired around his remains. They dragged ammunition through blood. They stabbed at Carvax warriors with bayonets when their last cells emptied. Priests screamed litanies until their throats tore. Wounded soldiers propped themselves against the trench walls and continued firing while their intestines spilled across their knees. The line stabilized. Brax's voice entered Rowe's helm. Subsurface movement beneath Defense Sector Septimus. Multiple phase signatures. Rowe consulted the tactical display. 40 million Imperial soldiers occupied the sector. Beneath them, Carvax infiltrators moved towards the central line. More emerged through buried crown gates. Within minutes, the sector would become an open passage into the excavation zone. Voss saw the same data. Evacuation is impossible. Yes. The line requires 18 minutes to reposition. Yes. Rowe opened the artillery command channel. This is Shield Captain Acastian Rowe. Target Defense Sector Septimus. Silence answered. Then an artillery prefect spoke. My lord, Sector Septimus contains loyal formations. I am aware. 40 million troops. Fire. The prefect's breathing became audible over the vox. Rowe did not repeat himself. Across the rear lines, thousands of guns changed elevation. The first barrage struck Sector Septimus. Earth erupted beneath the Imperial army. Trenches disappeared. Tanks were thrown into the air. Men became fragments carried within walls of dirt and flame. The second barrage used incendiaries. Promethium rolled through the broken positions. Soldiers burned inside bunkers. Others climbed from collapsed trenches with their uniforms aflame and were torn apart by the next wave of shells. The third barrage opened the ground. Deep penetration warheads struck the Carvax tunnels. Buried gates collapsed. Infiltrators were crushed beneath millions of tons of rock alongside the Imperial soldiers above them. 40 million loyal troops died. The central line repositioned. The Custodes gained 18 minutes. Rowe watched the sector vanish from the tactical display. No triumph touched him. No regret slowed him. The defense held. It held until night covered the plain, and the fires beneath it made darkness impossible. It held while the surviving Titans fought among mountains of wreckage. It held while the Deathwatch destroyed gate after gate. It held while the Custodians reduced the central breach to a charnel mound beneath the golden standard. Then the crown engine moved. Its 6 limbs drove deeper into the crust. The distortion field expanded. Artillery shells curved away. Void shield generators failed across the excavation zone. Seismic fractures raced outward from the machine. The Custodians looked towards it. Rowe understood. The siege had never been the objective. The Pride cohorts had not come to break the line. They had come to hold the Imperium's gaze. The crown engine tore upward. One of its limbs emerged carrying a section of the planet's crust, broad enough to contain a city. Rock split. Magma flooded the wound. Buried mechanisms awakened beneath the devastation. A golden seal appeared within the exposed depths. It was larger than a fortress. The crown engine closed 2 claws around it. Auric metal screamed. The first seal protecting the index broke. Across Vanek Prime, every astropath convulsed. Eyes burst, tongues blackened, bodies arched until spines snapped. Astropathic choirs screamed through walls, ships, bunkers, and the minds of every sanctioned psyker within the system. They spoke with one voice. The road is waking. The crown engine could not be stormed from above. Its distortion field turned aircraft aside, folded missiles through impossible angles, and returned artillery shells to the men who had fired them. Its upper towers climbed beyond the smoke into the poisoned clouds, surrounded by revolving halos of compressed gravity. Every Imperial assault craft that approached above the horizon became visible to the machine's sensors long before weapons range. Watchmaster Severin Cade proposed entering beneath its sight. The plan hung above the strategium table aboard the Sable Vigil, rendered in red light and incomplete Mechanicus calculations. 2. Corvus Black Stars followed projected attack paths across the ruined continent, descending into fault lines opened by the crown engine's landing. They would cross the final distance lower than the surrounding trench walls, penetrate the distortion field where it weakened against the ground, and deliver the Deathwatch directly into the machine's gravitic control spine. From there, the kill teams would destroy the translation core. A Castian row studied the projection without approval or objection. The probability of both craft reaching the target is negligible, the shield captain said. One craft is sufficient. The probability of that craft escaping is lower. Escape is not part of the primary objective. Rowe looked at Cade. The custodian's face remained unmarked by fatigue, despite days of continuous war. Black blood had dried in the engraved lines of his auramite. The edge of his spear carried fresh damage where a Carvax phase weapon had crossed it. You accept the expenditure of your warriors readily. They entered the long vigil, knowing their lives belonged to the mission. Words used by commanders who intend to survive their own plans. Cade's expression did not change. I will lead the insertion. Helion Voss stood at Rowe's side, the custodian standard resting against one shoulder. No Auric craft can approach unseen, the Vexillus Praetor said. The Xenos field reads our drive harmonics before we enter visual range. The Black Stars possess inferior engines, Rowe replied. They possess engines the enemy has encountered repeatedly. Cade understood the meaning. The Carvax knew the Deathwatch. They had watched the gunships at the planetoid settlement, the Basilica, and the artillery raids. They had recorded every attack angle and evasion pattern. The proposed advantage was also the greatest danger. Rowe dismissed the attack routes with one movement. The operation is wasteful. Cade waited. The shield captain continued. It is also the only available method. Proceed. There was no promise of reinforcement, no oath that the Custodes would recover the dead. The Deathwatch were being used for the purpose the Long Vigil had always accepted, expendable expertise directed against the alien. Cade bowed his head once. By your leave. You do not require my leave, Rowe said. You require my permission. You have it. The 2 Black Stars launched beneath a sky filled with falling stone. The first carried Kill Team Mordain and the surviving Spectrus veterans. The second carried Cade, Holt, Rauk, Malak, Brax, and Kill Team Callus. Additional brothers stood locked into restraint frames along the troop bay, black armor scored by the siege. The pilot flew with the landing gear almost touching the ground. Ruined trench lines passed beneath the hull. Men threw themselves flat as the Black Stars crossed overhead. The gunships descended into a continental fault, wings clearing the rock walls by meters. Above them, the crown engine moved. Each step sent fractures racing through the earth. The machine's limbs disappeared into the planet, pulling against the buried seals surrounding the Auric Index. Millions of captives still hung around its central towers, their bodies twisted within cages as the engine's gravitational field strengthened and weakened. Their screams reached the Black Stars through corrupted vox bands. Some pleaded for the Emperor, Others repeated Carvax numbers. Brax monitored the machine through his augmetics. Distortion boundary in 20 seconds. Countermeasures ready, Cade ordered. Servo skulls launched from recesses beneath both gunships. They scattered through the fault, broadcasting false engine returns. Chaff charges burst. Electromagnetic interference filled the canyon with the electronic equivalent of screaming. The Black Stars entered the distortion field. Gravity changed direction. Cade's boots strained against the deck clamps. The troop bay twisted around him without the hull moving. Loose shell casings rose from the floor and struck the ceiling. One Deathwatch veteran's restraint frame tore free, throwing him across the bay hard enough to crack his pauldron. The pilot corrected. The engines howled. "Enemy acquisition," Brax said. Kill Team Mordane's Black Star climbed over a ridge ahead of them. For one instant, its black silhouette appeared against the Crown Engine's lower towers. A gravity lance fired. There was no beam. The gunship folded. Its prow and engines were dragged towards a point at the center of the troop compartment. Armor bent inward. Wings snapped. Ammunition drums, fuel cells, crewmen and Astartes compressed together in a single burning mass. The Black Star became a sphere of crushed metal. A black armored hand remained visible on its surface, fingers still clenched around the handle of a combat blade. Then the compacted wreck struck the canyon floor. Fuel erupted. Pieces of ceramite and bone scattered through the fire. No distress call came. Brax's voice remained level. Primary craft destroyed. Cade looked towards the pilot's compartment. Continue. The second gravity lance struck behind them. Rock folded across the fault. The shock wave caught the Black Star beneath one wing and threw it upwards. Warning runes filled the troop bay. The pilot forced the nose down. The Crown Engine's outer plating appeared ahead, black metal rising from the canyon like the wall of a world. Brace! The Black Star fired every forward weapon. Lascanon beams struck the same section of armor. Plates glowed. Hurricane bolters filled the weakened area with mass reactive impacts. The nose ram lowered. The gunship hit. The first layer of plating split. The Black Star entered the Crown Engine in a storm of molten metal. Its wings tore away. The troop bay rotated. Restraints snapped. A Deathwatch veteran struck the wall head first and disappeared beneath an ammunition rack. The pilot compartment collapsed as black structural ribs passed through it. The gunship slid through an internal chamber and embedded itself in a corridor broad enough to carry armored vehicles. Fire rolled through the wreck. Cade tore his restraint open. Report. Halt. Functional. Rauk. Angry. Brax. Damage within acceptable parameters. Malak rose from beneath a collapsed support. Coolant mist poured from his plasma incinerator. Functional. Brother Tarsus did not answer. His lower body had been severed beneath the gunship's ruptured ramp. Both legs lay meters away, still locked into their restraints. Blood pumped from the stumps across the deck. Holt knelt beside him. The wounded veteran seized Holt's wrist. "Leave the charge." Holt removed a melter device from Tarsus's harness. "You have served." "I still serve." The veteran raised his bolter towards the breach behind them. Cade left him there. Kill Team Callus entered the Crown Engine. The corridors were lined with living human nerves. Pale strands ran through transparent channels in the walls. They twitched when the Deathwatch passed. Clusters of exposed ganglia floated in dark fluid, attached to black mechanisms that pulsed with stolen life. A sealed doorway blocked the first junction. Brax examined it. No conventional control. A scream sounded from the wall. The door opened. Behind the transparent surface, a human spinal column flexed. Metal hooks pulled its nerves until pain became an activation signal. The corridor beyond brightened. Thousands of human eyes embedded in the ceiling opened together. "Machine responds to suffering," Holt said. Rauk looked towards the living walls. "Then it has chosen the correct galaxy." They advanced. Each door required pain. Each lumen brightened when prisoners screamed. The Crown Engine had been constructed, so that movement through it inflicted torment upon the human nervous systems built into its mechanisms. Cade stopped trying to interpret the cries. The Carvax wanted them heard. They reached the first control junction without resistance. That was the warning. False squad runes appeared on Holt's visor. Cade's marker moved left. Brax's signal appeared behind a sealed wall. Rauk's icon advanced alone down the central passage. Holt froze. Visual confirmation only. Our helm network is compromised. The Carvax attacked. Pride blades emerged from concealed apertures. Their crown plate was narrower and darker than that of the ordinary cohorts. Each carried a vitreous glaive and a compact gravitic pistol. They moved like space marines, not with the true speed or strength of the Adeptus Astartes, but according to patterns stolen from earlier battles. One pride blade advanced behind another's field of fire in an imitation of Imperial fist breaching. Doctrine. Two separated to create the angular crossfire Kill Team Callus had used aboard the Penitent Resolve. A third struck Rauk's storm shield, retreated, and exposed its back. The Space Wolf followed. Hold position, Holt ordered. Rauk ignored him for 2 strides. The floor vanished beneath the Space Wolf. Gravitic restraints seized his armor and dragged him into a lower chamber where 4 pride blades waited with raised glaives. Rauk struck the wall with his hammer before the field could pull him fully through. The disruption blast shattered the opening. He caught the broken edge with one hand. A glaive pierced his thigh. It passed through the ceramite as mist, hardened inside the muscle, and tore sideways. Rauk roared, not in pain, in fury. Holt fired through the gap. Kraken rounds entered the joints of the nearest pride blade. Malak's plasma discharge took another through the chest. Rauk hauled himself upwards with the alien blade still inside his leg. He seized its wielder by the throat and smashed its face against the edge of the broken floor until crown plate split and black brains spilled across his gauntlet. "Temper," Holt said. Rauk tore the glaive from his thigh. Corrected. The false runes multiplied. Holt saw kill team markers retreating through 3 separate corridors. One carried Cade's command seal and ordered him to isolate the western passage. He ignored them all. "Brax, burn the network." The iron hand drove a mechadendrite into the nearest nerve channel. Electricity passed through the living tissue. Every human mouth hidden within the walls screamed. The false runes vanished. Brax tracked the returning signal and fired his frag cannon through a supposedly solid partition. The wall exploded. 2 Carvax signal warriors came apart behind it, spraying organs and fragments of black skull across their equipment. Outside the crown engine, Aemon Torocles guarded the excavation shaft. The custodian dreadnought stood among burning vehicles, while a throne engine descended through the distortion field. The alien walker possessed a narrow body supported by 4 limbs. Vitreous blades extended from its forward arms. Its pilot sat visible within a transparent command sarcophagus. "You are small," Torocles said. The throne engine fired. Gravitic force struck the dreadnought's chest. Auramite plates folded. Torocles staggered, then drove forwards. His Achilles dreadspear struck the alien machine beneath its reactor housing. The powered blade passed through crown plate and emerged from the rear in a burst of silver fire. Torocles lifted. The throne engine's forward limbs left the ground. Its pilot screamed inside the transparent sarcophagus. The alien machine brought one vitreous blade down. The weapon phased through Torocles' left shoulder and became solid inside the joint. It tore the arm free. The golden limb fell with the Lastrum storm bolter still firing. Bolt rounds crossed the battlefield in an uncontrolled arc, shredding Carvax infantry and Imperial soldiers alike. Torocles retained his grip upon the dreadspear. The throne engine's second blade entered his chest. It passed through the Contemptor's armor and hardened inside the sarcophagus. The ancient custodian felt the weapon enter what remained of his body. Blood filled the amniotic fluid around him. "I have endured sharper disappointments." He twisted the dread spear. The throne engine's reactor housing split. Silver energy erupted from the wound. The machine reeled backwards, dragging its phase blade from Torocles' sarcophagus in a shower of blood, cables, and life support fluid. The custodian dreadnought remained standing. Elsewhere along the breach, a custodian fell. His name was Valdus Cest. A convergence of gravitic weapons pinned him beneath a shattered buttress. Karvak's warriors descended before the nearest custodes could reach him. They cut through the joints of his armor, opened the auramite breastplate, and removed blood, muscle, and portions of organ tissue with surgical instruments. The custodian still lived. He crushed one alien's skull with his bare hand. Another drove a glaive through his throat. The Karvaks carried the samples away before purification fire could reach the corpse. Their broadcast began at once. Blood volume elevated, muscular density engineered, redundant organs limited, cellular stability dependent upon sustained artificial correction. The alien voice filled Imperial channels. Your perfect guardians are manufactured meat beneath ceremonial metal. Rowe heard the transmission while advancing through the central breach. He gave no reply. He ordered Cest's remains destroyed with melter fire. Deep inside the crown engine, Cade reached the gravitic spine. It rose through the machine's center as a column of compressed darkness surrounded by rotating rings. Each ring was kilometers in circumference, joined to control galleries by bridges of black metal. Brax connected to the nearest terminal. The data struck his augmetics hard enough to force blood from his human eye. Translation core identified. Cade placed melter charges along the control housings. Collapse projection. Brax processed the machine's geometry. His answer came after 5 seconds. Unacceptable. Define. Destruction of the spine will remove structural support from the crown engine. The machine will fall into the excavation shaft. Onto the index. Affirmed. Cade looked through the gallery aperture. Far below, the broken seal glowed within the planet. The crown engine's limbs were already widening the wound around it. Destroying the machine would complete the Karvak's work. Holt reached the platform with Rauk and Malak. Then we cannot destroy it, Holt said. We did not come here to fail, Rauk growled. Cade studied the rotating rings. Weaken the field. Brax turned towards him. 1/3 overload will destabilize the distortion barrier without collapsing the primary structure. How long? 7 minutes. We have 3. Malak placed his damaged plasma incinerator against the secondary relay. Then it will be done in 3. They overloaded the western third of the gravitic spine. Brax corrupted the control sequence. Malak vented plasma into the relays. Holt and Rauk held the gallery, while Pride Blades attacked from every approach. Brother Garrick died at the eastern bridge. A vitreous glaive passed through his helm and solidified inside his skull. His head expanded until the eye lenses burst outward. Holt shot the corpse and its killer from the bridge before either could obstruct the withdrawal. The control rings accelerated. Warning tones became a single continuous shriek. The distortion field failed across the western face of the crown engine. Withdraw, Cade ordered. The surviving Deathwatch fought towards the maintenance wound created by the crash. The crown engine sealed passages behind them. Human nerves contracted. Doors closed through walls of living flesh. Cade heard Brother Tarsus still firing near the wrecked Black Star. His bolter sounded 4 times, then twice, then once. Tarsus reports contact, Holt said. Cade saw the veteran's signal beneath dozens of enemy returns. The maintenance wound lay ahead. The distortion field was already reforming. We cannot reach him, Holt said. Cade listened to Tarsus's final ammunition counter reach 0. Seal his channel. Holt obeyed. They left him alive inside the machine. Custodian grav tanks penetrated the weakened field as the Deathwatch emerged. Caladius accelerators fired through the breach, tearing open Karvak's armor and widening the path to escape. Only half the inserted warriors reached the ground. The crown engine remained standing. Its western towers burned. One gravitic ring broke free and fell through the fortress, cutting decks apart as it descended. Human captives rained from ruptured cages, striking the ground around the excavation shaft in thousands. Then the machine activated its remaining systems. The planet convulsed. A gravitational pulse traveled through the continent. Mountains split. Hives collapsed. Billions of tons of rock tore free and rose into the atmosphere. Entire armored formations were lifted from the ground, tanks and men spinning together beneath a sky filled with stone. The crown engine drove its limbs apart. The northern continent opened. Far below, the Auric Index Vault emerged from the mantle, its golden structures burning through rivers of magma. Kharjul spoke across every surviving Imperial channel. "Golden One, we have opened your father's grave." The bombardment ceased without warning. One moment the upper atmosphere burned beneath lance fire, falling wreckage and the incandescent trails of orbital shells. The next, the guns fell silent. The sudden absence of thunder seemed greater than the violence that had preceded it. Across the Vanik gate line, men raised their heads from trenches filled with blood and ash. Artillery crews stood beside smoking guns, uncertain whether to reload. Tank commanders climbed from cupolas and stared towards the sky. Priests declared the silence a miracle until commissars ordered them to stop speaking. The Karvax formations halted beyond the killing fields. Pride cohorts lowered their weapons in perfect sequence. Throne engines locked their bladed limbs against their hulls. Mobile crown gates remained open behind the armies, their centers filled with darkness, but no fresh soldiers emerged. A voice entered every functioning Imperial channel. "Let the lesser dead rest." High Exactor Kharjul appeared above the command hololith beneath Hive Vanik Secundus. He wore the same crown plate he had displayed during the opening invasion, its black surfaces inscribed with silver faces. The cloak of preserved human tissue still hung from his shoulders. Shield Captain Acastian Rowe stood before the projection. Around him, officers of the Imperial Guard, Navis Imperialis, and Adeptus Mechanicus remained silent. Watchmaster Severin Cade stood to Rowe's left, with Garen Holt, Brother Brax, Rauk Iceblood, and Malak Voss behind him. Helion Voss held the standard of the Concordance of Ruin beside the bunker's sealed gate. Kharjul inclined his crowned head. "Gilded One, I offer your species an economy. Speak. I will suspend the ruin of your fleets and the reduction of your cities. You will come before my armies. I will come before yours. We will determine which civilization possesses a warrior worthy of command." Cade's helm turned slightly towards Rowe. The High Exactor continued. "If you defeat me, my expedition will withdraw from Vanik. Your buried road will remain unopened. Your surviving populations will retain their chains beneath familiar masters." "And if you prevail?" Rowe asked. "You will kneel. Your armies will witness the gesture. Your servants will surrender the index. The death of this world will become unnecessary." Lord Admiral Vane stepped forward. "My lord, the offer cannot be trusted." Kharjul looked towards the Admiral's image, as though he had heard him despite the sealed channel. "Battlefleet Commander Cassor Vane," the alien said, "you have lost 70 vessels and still mistake participation for relevance." Vane's face drained of color. The transmission ended. The chamber remained quiet until Cade spoke. "It is manipulation." Rowe regarded the dark hololith. "Yes. The duel is not the objective." "No. Then you will refuse." "I will accept." Several mortal officers exchanged frightened looks. Cade moved closer to the custodian. "Karvak's doctrine is founded upon witnessed supremacy. He would not offer public contest without purpose." "Agreed." "The purpose will not favor us." "It need not." Rose summoned a projection of the exposed Auric Index Vault. Golden structures burned within the wound, torn across the northern continent. Mechanicus engines crawled through the excavation, while tech priests attempted to reach the archive's destruction protocols. Magos Kepra, estimates 4 hours before the index can be rendered inaccessible, Rowe said. His estimate has already failed twice. It remains the only estimate available. Cade looked towards the Karvak's positions. You intend to purchase time. I intend to observe their hierarchy. Kharjul cannot issue a challenge of this kind without displaying those who possess standing beneath him. Their witnesses will reveal command relationships, signal priorities, and ceremonial vulnerabilities. And should the exactor's weapons kill you, then you will have learned that they can. Rauk gave a low growl. That is a poor exchange. Rowe looked at him. The quality of the exchange does not alter its necessity. The Space Wolf held the custodian's gaze for a moment, then lowered his head. Cade understood what Rowe had not said. The shield captain did not believe himself immortal. He did not require belief. His life possessed value only through function, as did the lives of the billions dying across Vanek. If his death purchased time, intelligence, or a fraction of protection for terror, he would spend it without ceremony. Cade disliked the logic because it resembled his own. The Deathwatch will attend, he said. You will remain outside the challenge ground. We will attend. Rowe gave no sign of concession. Do not interfere unless ordered. The meeting ground rose from the center of the dead zone between both armies. Karvak's servile engines assembled it during the ceasefire. Black support pillars emerged from the earth. Between them, prisoners were butchered and woven into architecture. Skin formed banners. Men were flayed while alive, their hides removed in long sheets and stretched across silver frames. Blood ran from the lower edges in slow curtains. Imperial aquilae were cut into the flesh and inverted. Rib cages became arches. The bones were stripped, polished, and joined with wire. Spinal columns formed columns. Arms were braided into railings. Severed hands hung from the ceiling, fingers moving as electrical current passed through the nerves. Thousands of heads lined the approach. Machinery entered through the necks and skulls, preserving the brains within. Some mouths whispered prayers, others screamed without breath. Eyes rolled as the captives watched Karvak's officers walk beneath arches made from the bodies of their regiments. The palace had no roof. Both armies could see the central court. Imperial forces stood along the southern edge of the dead zone. Guardsmen filled the trenches. Tanks formed armored terraces behind them. Titans towered in the distance, weapon systems held at rest, but not made safe. The Karvaks gathered to the north. Pride cohorts arranged themselves according to rank. Lesser warriors stood furthest from the palace. Exactors occupied raised platforms of black metal. Throne engines knelt behind them. Silver standards marked separate prides, each insignia resembling a crown altered by cuts, hooks, or broken points. Brax observed through magnification. Hierarchy encoded through vertical position, distance from challenge ground and crown configuration. Cade watched the Karvak's officers. Record every signal exchange. Already in progress. Rowe entered the palace alone. His auramite armor had been cleaned but not restored. Scars crossed the plates. A section of his left pauldron remained blackened by gravitic fire. His guardian spear rested in his right hand. His misericordia was sheathed at his waist. The living heads watched him pass. One spoke through a ruined mouth. Custodian. Rowe stopped. The head belonged to an Imperial Guard colonel. Both eyes had been removed. Silver wires entered the sockets and trembled inside the brain. Kill me, the colonel begged. Rowe placed one hand against the machine, preserving him. The mechanism broke beneath his fingers. The head exhaled once and died. Rowe continued into the court. Kharjul waited upon a platform made from fused human skeletons. His crown plate was more ornate than the armor shown through earlier transmissions. Silver script flowed across the black surfaces in lines that shifted when Rowe moved. A high cranial crown rose from his helm. Around his waist hung the preserved hands of defeated commanders, each one marked with a name in Gothic. He carried two weapons, A vitreous glaive rested in one hand. The other held a shorter blade surrounded by rings of compressed light. The exactor descended from the platform. Neither warrior bowed. "You came," Kharjul said. "You expected otherwise?" "I expected calculation. Courage is merely the name lesser minds give to calculations whose cost they cannot understand. You mistake speech for insight." The exactor smiled. "And you mistake silence for superiority." They walked towards the center of the court. The floor beneath them had been tiled with human skulls. Some were old and empty. Others contained living brains connected to the palace machinery. Teeth clicked beneath Ro's boots. Kharjul spread his arms towards both armies. "Look upon them. Yours kneel to distant authority. Mine stand according to witnessed worth. Yours stand where they are commanded. They stand where victory placed them. Then defeat will move them." Kharjul's smile widened. "You understand more than the Black Collector. He studies us as though knowledge grants equality. Cade studies you so extermination may become efficient. Service again, always service. You possess strength enough to rule worlds, yet wear another being's symbol upon your breast." Ro looked down at the Aquila worked into his aura might. "It is not another being's symbol. It belongs to your master. It belongs to mankind. Mankind did not make you. The Emperor did. A corpse made nothing." Ro's eyes returned to the exactor. "The lie is beneath you." For the first time, irritation crossed Kharjul's face, only briefly. "You defend him through devotion. I defend him through fact." The high exactor moved closer. "My people rise by defeating those above them. Yours rise by becoming more useful to those who own them. We create kings. Your empire creates instruments. An instrument does not diminish because a savage covets the hand that wields it." The Karvax officers shifted upon their platforms. Brax recorded the movement. Cade recognized several signal clusters changing priority. Ro's insult had provoked reactions among particular prides. Pride, rivalry, and hierarchy revealed themselves in irritation. The shield captain was not merely arguing, he was mapping them. Kharjul raised his glaive and pointed towards the burning horizon. "Your instrumentality has cost this world billions. Your emperor did not protect them. Your custodes did not preserve them. Your armies kill their own soldiers faster than mine can reach them." "Correct." The answer caused a murmur among the Karvax. Kharjul's eyes narrowed. "Kneel and acknowledge his failure." Ro looked beyond him towards Hive Morn, where pillars of smoke rose through the clouds. "Your error is believing this world was ever the object of my protection." The high exactor lowered his weapon. "There is the truth. It was never concealed. You condemn those who worship you. They do not worship me. They saw you descend in gold. They called you an angel. They died believing you had come to save them. Their belief did not alter my duty." Kharjul laughed. "You are closer to us than your species deserves." "No." Ro brought his guardian spear level. "I require no defeated enemy to tell me what I am." The duel began. Kharjul moved with speed greater than any exactor the Imperials had encountered. His glaive struck the guardian spear. Silver light passed through the custodian weapon. The spear's power field flickered and died. Warning runes burned across Ro's gauntlet. The shorter blade cut towards his throat. Ro turned and allowed it to scrape across his gorget. Auramite split. The weapon's field had been tuned against his armor. Cade saw it at once. "The tissue," he said. Brax's augmetic lenses rotated. Armor harmonics adjusted using biological samples from custodian cest. Weapon fields calibrated against gene alchemical density and auramite response. The Karvax had not merely dissected the fallen custodian, they had forged the results into Kharjul's weapons. The exactor attacked again. Ro parried with the dead haft of his spear, no longer relying upon its failing energy field. The glaive passed partly through the weapon and tore a burning groove along its length. Kharjul's short blade entered Ro's thigh. It cut through auramite, underweave, and muscle. Blood ran down the custodian's leg in a bright red sheet. The Imperial line remained silent. The Karvax roared approval. Kharjul withdrew the blade. "You bleed like every servant." Ro drove the spear point towards his face. The exactor moved aside and cut across the custodian's ribs. The field passed through armor, hardened beneath it, and broke 3 reinforced bones. Ro staggered. Kharjul struck him across the helm with the glaive's haft. Auramite dented. The custodian fell to one knee. The living heads around the court screamed. "Golden One," the exactor said, "look upon your witnesses." Ro rose. His breathing remained controlled. He abandoned the martial forms with which he had entered the duel. Kharjul had studied the Custodes through battlefield recordings and dissected tissue. He expected perfection expressed through established motion, balanced footwork, precise guard, attacks chosen from the impossible breadth of a custodian's training. Ro gave him imperfection. He shifted too slowly. He let the left side of his guard fall. Kharjul saw the opening. The phase blade entered beneath Ro's wounded pauldron. It became solid inside his upper chest. Blood burst across the black blade. The exactor leaned close. "Submission has entered you." Ro released his spear. His left arm closed against his torso. Auramite plates locked around the weapon. Kharjul pulled. The blade remained trapped inside the custodian's armor and flesh. Ro seized the exactor's wrist with both hands. Understanding entered Kharjul's eyes. Too late. Ro twisted. The alien's elbow shattered. Bone broke through crown plate. Kharjul struck with his free hand, driving the glaive into Ro's side, but the custodian continued turning. The exactor's shoulder dislocated. Ro pulled harder. Flesh tore. The arm came free from the socket with strips of muscle, black arteries, and silver nerve filaments hanging from it. Blood sprayed across the skull-tiled floor. Kharjul screamed. Ro struck him with the severed limb. The blow broke the exactor's cranial crown. Kharjul fell. Ro discarded the arm, drew his misericordia, and caught the alien beneath the jaw. "You required a witness," the custodian said. He drove the blade upwards. It passed through tongue, palate, and brain. The point emerged from the top of Kharjul's skull, carrying fragments of black cranial bone and dark tissue. One silver eye ruptured. Brain matter ran down the misericordia's edge and dripped across Ro's gauntlet. The exactor convulsed. Ro tore the blade free. The corpse collapsed among the human skulls. For one heartbeat, neither army moved. Then Brax spoke. Discrepancy. Cade's gaze remained upon the dead alien. "State it." Cranial structure inconsistent with prior observation. Bone alterations recent. Muscular density below high exactor estimates. Malak raised his plasma weapon. "A proxy." Ro knelt beside the corpse. He tore away the broken crown plate. The face beneath had been surgically rebuilt. Bone grafts raised the cranial ridges. Portions of the jaw had been replaced. The skin had been stretched and altered around the eyes. The dead warrior was not Kharjul. He was a lesser exactor carved into the high exactor's likeness. The palace came alive. The thousands of severed heads turned towards the sky. Their mouths opened together. Cade looked towards the crown engine. Across its towers, millions of captive bodies had been drawn into new positions. Cages rotated around the gravitic rings. Nerve cables tightened. Human beings hung in concentric circles, every brain connected to the machine. The duel had held the Custodes before both armies. The ceasefire had silenced Imperial bombardment. The palace had kept command attention fixed upon the challenge ground. All while the Karvax completed their ritual. "Resume fire," Cade ordered. The first Imperial guns discharged. The crown engine activated before the shells arrived. Millions of prisoners burned from within. There was no flame. Their nervous systems ignited beneath gravitic force. Spines snapped backwards. Eyes burst, brains boiled inside skulls, flesh blackened along the pathways of the nerves. Every captive screamed at once as the machine consumed pain, memory, and psychic residue. The sound crossed the system. Astropaths died in their choirs. Navigators clawed at their third eyes. Servitors tore themselves from restraint frames. Men aboard ships vomited blood as the beacon passed through them. The prisoners became ash inside their cages. A gravitational pulse expanded from Vanek Prime. The void bent. Stars shifted. Beyond the fleet, darkness gathered around a shape larger than any Carvax vessel yet seen. Black armor emerged from folded space. Towers rose from its hull. Crown gates revolved along its flanks. Weapon arrays extended like the blades of a continent-sized throne. The crown ship entered orbit. Every surviving Imperial vessel registered its mass. Every warning system began screaming. The true Kharjul appeared across the sky, his image broad enough to cover the clouds. He wore crown plate of black and silver and stood before a command throne surrounded by kneeling exactors. He looked down upon Ro, wounded and bloodied within the palace of human remains. "You have defeated my face," Kharjul said. "The crown ships, weapons awakened. Now contend with my civilization." The wound in Vanek Prime descended farther than sight. Continental plates had been torn apart around the crown engine's 6 limbs. Rivers of magma burned beneath shattered strata. Cities, fortifications, and entire armies had fallen into the opening, their remains swallowed by fire or left clinging to shelves of broken stone along the abyss. At the bottom of that wound, the auric index awakened. Its golden structures rose from the mantle like the exposed bones of a buried god. Towers emerged through molten rock. Bridges of black iron joined cogitator columns broad enough to contain cathedrals. Conduits carried light instead of fuel, pulsing with colors that made mortal eyes ache, and machine optics produced contradictory readings. A Castian Ro descended first. The shield captain rode upon the hull of a Palace grav attack craft as it dropped through the volcanic storm. His auramite armor remained cut from the duel with Kharjul's false face. Blood had dried along his thigh and beneath one pauldron. Damage warnings burned across his helm display, but his movements betrayed neither pain nor weakness. Behind him came Helion Voss and the surviving warriors of the Concordance of Ruin. Deathwatch gunships followed through the smoke. Watchmaster Severin Cade stood within the open assault ramp of the lead Corvus Blackstar, one gauntlet locked around an overhead restraint as turbulence threw the aircraft between falling masses of stone. Holt, Rauk, Malak, and Brax waited behind him. Fewer warriors descended than had entered the Basilica of the Iron Martyrs. Fewer still had escaped the Crown engine. Above them, the war continued. Imperial artillery fired across the continental wound. Titan weapons struck the Crown engine's limbs. Carvax vessels descended through the atmosphere, exchanging fire with what remained of Battlefleet Vanek. The sky was hidden behind black smoke, burning ships and stones ripped from the planet by the engine's gravitational pulse. The Black Star passed beneath a falling mountain. Its underside filled the open ramp for several seconds, kilometers of broken rock descending slowly under competing gravity fields. Fire crawled across its surface. Tanks, trenches, and bodies remained embedded along one face. The mountain struck an unseen distortion current. It divided without sound. One half rose back towards the clouds, the other vanished into the abyss. "Landing zone ahead," the pilot voxed. The Black Star descended towards an exposed platform jutting from the index vault. Imperial sigils covered its surface, but their proportions were wrong. The Aquilae possessed wings formed from mathematical formulae. Gothic script flowed into symbols older than the language through which they had been written. The gunship struck the platform. Its ramp fell. Cade entered the auric index beneath a rain of molten stone. The first chamber had been built by several civilizations wearing the same imperial skin. Pre-heresy machinery formed the foundation. Bronze cogitator banks rose from the floor, their housings engraved with astronomical equations and invocations to the Omnissiah, written before Mars had forgotten the difference between science and prayer. Mechanicus additions clung to them like iron parasites. Red-robed adepts had built brass interfaces across the original systems, joining them with cables, reliquaries, and banks of preserved human brains. Incense burners hung beside coolant vents. Servo skulls moved between maintenance gantries, carrying rolls of parchment through an archive that could have stored the contents of planets without recourse to ink. Beyond those alterations stood mechanisms no one present could identify. Black rings rotated inside transparent pillars. Light moved through channels without apparent source. Vast pendulums swung against gravity, each motion causing stars to appear and vanish in the air around them. Their makers had been forgotten, not merely by the Imperium, by Terra itself. Magos Dominus Kepra 9 waited at the central threshold. His body consisted of a robed mechanical torso, mounted upon 6 articulated limbs. A cluster of green lenses occupied the place where a face had once existed. Cables ran from his spine into the vault architecture, binding him to the index. "Shield Captain," the Magos said. "The primary modeling engine remains operational, structural. Coherence is declining. Carvax intrusion probability approaches certainty." "How long before erasure can begin?" Ro asked. "Erasure has begun." The vaulted chamber darkened. The universe appeared above them. Not a map, a living calculation. Warp currents moved like storms beneath the stars. Gravitational tides flowed between systems. Astropathic pathways burned as threads of pale fire, brightening and fading according to choirs, beacons, and the death of distant psychers. Hidden transit points opened and closed across the projection. Some led through regions marked upon imperial charts. Others passed beneath known routes, curving through the immaterium along passages reserved for vessels bearing forgotten seals. At the center burned the throne world. Terra did not appear as a planet. It appeared as the destination towards which 1,000 concealed roads bent. Cade stepped beneath the projection. The index models these routes continuously. Kepra 9's lenses changed color. Affirmative. Static cartography would possess negligible worth. Warp topology alters. Gravitic wells migrate. Astropathic harmonics decay. The index observes, predicts, and revises. Through the system's choir? Partially. Through navigator records, stellar mass calculation, psychic echo, and mechanisms beyond current doctrinal comprehension. Rauk looked upwards at the roads leading towards Terra. All this buried beneath a hive world. Secrecy is most effective when surrounded by those who do not know they guard it, Ro said. Cade looked towards him. The shield captain stood beneath the image of Terra, blood still staining his damaged armor. You knew they would reveal the crown ship. I judged it probable. When? Before the invasion. The Deathwatch commander's expression hardened. You did not merely preserve Vanek's ordinary traffic. No. You intended the enemy to reach the index. I intended an enemy seeking the index to reveal the method by which it meant to claim it. Cade stared at him. The truth settled into place. The unanswered warnings, the unaltered shipping routes, the delayed revelation of the archive's nature, the Custodes' refusal to evacuate the population. Every decision had guided the Carvax deeper into the system, not through error, by design. You used Vanek as bait. Yes. Billions lived upon this world. They still do. Billions more are dead. Yes. You knew that any enemy seeking the index would commit its command vessel once the vault was exposed. The Carvax concealed their true fleet behind decoys and crown gates. Conventional pursuit would never have identified the vessel directing them. Threatening their claim to the index compelled escalation. You permitted the crown engine to open the vault. I permitted nothing. I accounted for the possibility. Cade stepped closer. You spent loyal lives without necessity. Ro looked at him. Necessity is measured at terror. Everything else is distance. The words carried no cruelty. That made them worse. Holt remained silent behind his watchmaster. Malak's helm concealed any reaction. Rauk released a low growl that might have been anger or reluctant understanding. Brax studied the stellar projections. Debate does not alter the active threat. Cade turned away from Ro. No, it does not. Warning gongs sounded through the vault. The universe above them flickered. Kepra 9 emitted a burst of Binharic alarm. Multiple breaches, western transit galleries, upper mantle access shafts, enemy assault forces have entered the index. The first Karvax grav shear volley struck the outer chamber. Servitors died before they understood they were under attack. Their bodies collapsed inside their robes. Bones shattered beneath intact skin. One maintenance thrall struck the floor as a sack of pulped organs, splintered ribs and machine oil. Another burst against a cogitator column, blood spreading across brass plates, while the augmetic arms continued performing their assigned repair cycle. Pride cohorts entered through the smoke. Their crown plate reflected the light of the index. Vitreous glaives extended above disciplined ranks. Exactors advanced among them, carrying devices designed to interface with the exposed archive. The Custodes met them between the cogitator towers. Ro's spear fired 3 times. The first bolt tore away a Karvax jaw. The second entered the gap and detonated inside the skull. The third struck an exactor behind the falling body and blew one arm from its shoulder. Hellion Voss planted the custodian standard upon the central platform. The Aquila rose beneath the projection of terror. Golden warriors separated around it. One crossed a narrow data bridge and cut through the leading cohort. Another vaulted onto the side of a cogitator column, ran several strides across its vertical surface, and descended behind the enemy formation. Alarus Terminators appeared in bursts of light among the Karvax command cadres, their axes falling before the aliens completed their first taunts. The Deathwatch held the eastern approach. Holt's storm shield caught a gravitic discharge. The field drove him backwards, boots cutting trenches across the metal floor. "Joint fire," he ordered. "Adaptive cycle incomplete after plasma impact." Malak fired. A sphere of blue-white heat consumed the leading exactor. Its crown plate glowed. The inertia field distorted, compensating against the plasma. Brax's frag cannon thundered before the adjustment ended. The exactor came apart. Its torso burst across the warriors behind it. Black organs, armor fragments and sections of spine struck the cogitator columns hard enough to dent bronze. Rauk entered the gap. His thunderhammer crushed a Karvax warrior against an archive pillar. The alien's chest became a flattened ruin between the weapon and the metal. Its ribs punched from its back in black, bloody splinters. A glaive passed through Rauk's pauldron. The Space Wolf caught the wielder by its cranial crown and pulled it closer. "You learned the blade," he growled. "Not the hand." He head-butted the alien. The impact cracked both helms. Rauk struck again. The Karvax crown broke. Black blood filled its eye lenses. The Space Wolf threw it beneath Holt's boots. Above them, gravitic fire struck the data conduits. Golden channels split. Molten metal rained from the vault ceiling. A Deathwatch veteran vanished beneath it. Armor glowing red as liquid alloy entered his gorget and filled the suit. His screams ended when Malak fired through his helm to spare him a slower death. Cade reached the central control dais beside Kepra 9. "We divide the operation," the Watchmaster said. "3 objectives." Ro joined him, spear dripping black blood. "State them." "The true index must be erased. A false route must be transmitted into the crown ship. The Deathwatch will preserve enough Karvax technology to understand the crown gates." Ro looked towards Brax. "Preservation cannot delay destruction." "It will not." "Keepra," Cade said. "Create a route convincing enough to draw the crown ship fully into real space." The Magos' lenses dimmed. The Index cannot produce deliberate falsehood while its primary truth lattice remains intact. Then damage it. Required corruption would compromise my command engrams. That is acceptable. Kepra 9 regarded him. Agreement. Cables entered the Magos' skull. He opened sectors of his own memory to the Index. Data flowed outward. The name of the forge upon which he had been created vanished first. Then the face of the Magos who had elevated him. Campaign records disappeared. Doctrinal certainties burned away and were replaced by fabricated warp tides, false astropathic echoes, and gravitational alignments leading towards a route that did not exist. Keeper 9 spoke while his identity eroded. Constructing false corridor. Probability of detection within acceptable threshold. Removing memory partition designated early service. His voice changed. Removing language archive designated personal. A pause followed. Define personal. Cade looked at him. Continue. Affirmative. The Magos burned away another part of himself. Brax dragged a captured Carvax relay onto the control dais. Black crystal had begun growing across his augmetic fingers where they touched the device. Warning runes crawled across his armor. Direct interface required. Holt saw the spreading material. Risk of contamination? Certain. Cordain would have called this heresy, Rauk said. Brax turned his human eye towards the space wolf. Cordain is dead. The words ended the discussion. Brax drove his mechadendrites into the relay. Alien code entered him. His back arched. The augmetic half of his face split along several seams as internal components shifted under gravitic pressure. Black crystal spread from his fingers into his forearm. He saw the crown gates, not as machinery, as wounds imposed upon distance. Each aperture communicated through a narrow frequency generated by the crown ship. The immense vessel remained partly outside conventional reality, protected from lance fire and torpedoes by a gravitic displacement field. Brax followed the frequency through the relay. Blood ran from his remaining eye. Carrier signal identified. Transmit it to the fleet, Cade ordered. Transmission will expose this interface. Do it. Brax sent the frequency. Above the vault, Imperial formations began dying by their own hands. Carvax neural contamination spread through regiments stationed near captured mockery pylons. Vox operators repeated false coordinates. Tank crews redirected weapons towards Allied trenches. Wounded prisoners began speaking in voices that did not belong to them. One regiment resisted. The men of the Vanik 93rd shot their compromised officers, destroyed their own Vox sets, and held position without orders. The contamination remained within them. Rowe received the report while killing a Carvax exactor. He drove his spear through the alien's chest and opened a command channel. Destroy every affected formation. Lord General Mordain answered through static. Several regiments are still loyal. They have been exposed. The 93rd resisted the signal. One surviving transmitter can reveal the false route. My lord, those men held when others turned. Then honor them with certainty. Mordain was silent. Rowe's voice remained unchanged. Fire. Imperial artillery struck the contaminated sectors. Shells fell upon loyal and corrupted regiments alike. Men who had resisted the Carvax died beside those who had obeyed them. Tanks burned. Trenches collapsed. Wounded soldiers raised aquilae towards the sky before the barrage erased them. The false route remained concealed. Keeper 9's body shook as the Index accepted the corrupted model. Transmission ready. He paused. The green lenses across his face flickered. Identity degradation severe. State designation. Kepra 9, Cade said. The Magos repeated it. Kepra 9. For several seconds, the name appeared to possess no meaning. Then, his mechadendrites entered the final command ports. The Auric Index transmitted. A false road to terror burned across the system. The crown ship responded. Its displacement field changed. The colossal vessel moved out of folded space, descending fully into material reality to receive what it believed was the complete archive. Imperial augers acquired its true mass. Weapon ranges recalculated. Void ships altered course. Brax tore himself free from the Carvax relay. The deception is accepted. How long before discovery? Holt asked. The index projection shuddered. False warp currents began collapsing under real calculation. Kepra 9 watched them fail, with the last coherent fragments of his mind. Less than 20 minutes. Above Vanek Prime, the crown ship emerged into the reach of Imperial guns. The crown ship entered real space beneath the guns of a dying fleet. Lord Admiral Cassor Vane gave the order from the command throne of the Indomitable Creed. Half the battleship's strategium had been opened to the void. Emergency fields shimmered where armored walls had once stood, and beyond them burned the wreckage of Battlefleet Vanek. Every vessel, Vane said, all weapons, close to terminal range. A bloodied Vox officer turned from his lectern. My lord, several captains report insufficient void shielding for close action. They have hulls. Yes, my lord. They have engines. Yes. Then they possess sufficient shielding. The order passed. What remained of the Imperial fleet turned towards the crown ship. Battleships advanced first, their prows marked by wounds broad enough to swallow lesser vessels. Cruisers followed in broken squadrons. Destroyers, monitors, troop carriers and system patrol craft joined the charge, many with weapons exhausted and compartments burning. The crown ship loomed above them. It was not shaped according to the traditions of void travel. Its black hull spread like an immense throne cast upon its side, with blade-like towers rising from its surface and gravitic rings revolving around a central citadel. Crown gates opened and closed along its flanks. Through them came escorts, attack craft and munitions fired from locations beyond the system. Imperial lance batteries struck its distortion fields. The beams curved. Some passed around the vessel, others divided into streams of pale fire and vanished into folded space. The crown ship continued descending towards Vanek Prime, positioning itself above the exposed Auric Index. Then the battleships reached broadside range. The Indomitable Creed fired every surviving gun. Macro cannon recoil traveled through the vessel like an earthquake. Shells crossed the void in ranks, each one the size of a hab tower. Plasma batteries discharged. Lances hammered the crown ship's field again and again, forcing the distortion to brighten until the alien vessel became a black silhouette inside a second sun. Other ships joined the barrage. The cruiser Sword of Repentance lost its prow to return fire, but continued forwards under engine power. Its captain opened the reactor baffles, overloaded the plasma core, and drove the burning vessel into a Carvax escort. Both ships vanished. A system monitor rammed another escort before its weapons could turn. The monitor's reinforced prow entered the black hull and crushed command chambers, armor decks, and Carvax bodies beneath millions of tons of Imperial metal. Its voidsman detonated the magazine after impact. The explosion threw severed sections of both vessels across the battle. Small Imperial craft attacked in packs. Frigates exhausted their torpedoes, then used their hulls to block crown gates. Destroyers interposed themselves between the crown ship and the wounded battleships, dying beneath gravitic fire so the larger vessels could complete another broadside. Men burned by the tens of thousands. Men suffocated behind sealed hatches. Men were crushed when gravity turned sideways inside their ships and hurled them against bulkheads with enough force to empty their bodies through their mouths. The fleet continued firing. Below, the Titan battle group raised its weapons towards the sky. The crown ship entered the upper atmosphere surrounded by flame. Its shields warped the clouds into vast spirals. Falling debris curved around it and struck the ground hundreds of kilometers away. The warlord Titan Ferrum Dominatus locked its volcano cannon upon the alien vessel. The weapon fired. The beam climbed from Vanek Prime and struck the crown ship from below. The atmosphere burned along its path. Clouds became vapor. The alien shield flared and buckled. 2 Reaver Titans fired their laser blasters into the same wound. At that instant, Navy lances struck from above. The crown ship hung between the fires of heaven and earth. Its distortion field faltered. "Now," Cade said. Teleportation light filled the surviving Deathwatch chambers aboard the Sable Vigil. Black-armored veterans vanished in bursts of screaming energy. Some rematerialized within the crown ship's outer galleries. Others never arrived. Their signals ended between one heartbeat and the next, lost within the gravitic madness surrounding the alien vessel. The last functioning Corvus Black Star descended through the atmospheric fire. Its hull shook beneath the impact of debris. One engine trailed smoke. Bolt holes and melted armor covered its wings. Garen Holt stood within the troop bay, beside Rauk Iceblood, Malak Voss, and Brother Brax. Watchmaster Severin Cade faced them. "The Crown Gate reactor lies beneath the command citadel," he said. "Destroy it before Kharjul understands the false route. If the reactor survives, the High Exactor escapes." "And carries what he has learned to the Dominion," Holt said. "He has measured our fleet strength, Titan capabilities, custodian biology, and the Index's existence. That knowledge does not leave this system." Rauk rested his thunderhammer against one pauldron. "Then it dies with him." Cade looked at each warrior. No oath followed. The Watchmaster had no need to demand what they had already given. The Black Star struck the crown ship. Its Lascannons opened a breach through an exposed armor seam. The gunship drove into it, wings shearing away as black metal closed around the fuselage. The ramp fell. The Deathwatch entered the alien vessel. At the same time, the Custodes attacked the command citadel. An Ares gunship descended through the collapsing distortion field, its hull aflame. Golden grav carriers followed within its shadow. Karvak's batteries tracked them and fired, but the Ares unleashed its weapons first. Heavy blaze cannon fire crossed the citadel. Towers exploded. Defense platforms split. Alien warriors became black fragments carried within rivers of molten armor. Alarus custodians teleported ahead of the assault. They appeared inside Karvak's command chambers without warning. One exactor rose from his throne and opened his mouth to speak. A Castellan axe removed his head before the first word emerged. Another officer reached for a control device. An Alarus custodian seized his arm, tore it free, and drove the exposed bone through the alien's throat. The Golden Warriors advanced through the command decks, killing faster than the Karvaks could issue challenges. A Castian row entered through the breach made by the Ares gunship. Helion Voss came with him, carrying the standard of the Concordance of Ruin. The remaining custodians spread through the citadel, each taking a separate path towards the Throne of Knives. Kharjul's voice entered every corridor. "You crossed a galaxy to defend a throne." Ro killed the first Pride Blade with a thrust through the mouth. "I crossed a room to make you abandon it." A second Pride Blade attacked from above. Ro turned, cut through both legs, and fired the spear's boltcaster into the falling torso. He did not answer. The silence followed him deeper into the crown ship. Kharjul spoke again. "Your refusal is performance. You hear me. You measure every word. You fear that acknowledgement grants equality." Ro tore his spear from an exactor's chest. Black blood spilled across the floor. Still, he gave nothing. The High Exactor's culture demanded witness. It required defeated enemies to name the victor. Every taunt sought recognition. Every challenge attempted to create a stage upon which supremacy could be proven. Ro denied him even hatred. Far beneath the citadel, the Deathwatch reached the Crown Gate reactor. The chamber was larger than an imperial cathedral. Gravitic rings revolved around a core of folded darkness. Karvak's vessels could be seen passing through it as distorted shadows, translating to and from places no imperial augur could locate. Brax's augmetics trembled as they studied the machine. Primary convergence beneath the lower platform. Destruction requires simultaneous overload of the control pillars. How many? Holt asked. 6. Cade surveyed the chamber. Pride cohorts entered from every gallery. Exactors descended upon gravitic platforms. Their crown plates shone beneath the reactor's silver light. Vitreous glaives lowered in disciplined ranks. "We cannot hold the chamber and place the charges," Holt said. Cade removed the melter devices from his belt. "You will proceed to the lower platform." Holt looked towards him. "Watchmaster." That was an order. "There are hundreds." "Yes." Rauk stepped forwards. "Then leave me." Cade turned his helm towards the Space Wolf. "You are wounded, insubordinate, and temperamentally unsuited to command." Rauk laughed. "True on every count. You will remain with Holt." The first Karvak's volley struck the Deathwatch position. Gravitic fire bent the platform. Brother Cestus collapsed as his armor compressed around him. Ceramite entered his chest. His ribs broke inwards and pierced both hearts. Blood erupted through his helm grill in a red fountain. Cade returned fire. His vigil spear took an exactor through the eye. "Go." Holt hesitated for less than a heartbeat. Then he obeyed. The surviving Deathwatch crossed the lower bridge, while Cade remained beneath the reactor. He fired until the chamber filled with bolt detonations. Kraken rounds entered crownplate joints. Vengeance shells burned through adaptive fields. Karvak's bodies fell from the galleries and struck the platform around him. The first exactor reached melee. Cade's spear blade entered beneath its jaw and emerged through the back of the skull. He twisted, tore the weapon free, and opened the next alien from throat to abdomen. Black intestines spilled across his boots. A vitreous glaive passed through his pauldron and hardened inside his shoulder. Cade released the spear with one hand, seized the glaive's haft, and dragged its wielder closer. His helm struck the alien's face. The crown broke. Cade drew his Xenophase blade and drove it through the fractured skull. More came. He fought beneath the revolving reactor while Holt's team planted charges below. His ammunition counter reached 0. Cade reversed the vigil spear and used it as a blade alone. Exactors surrounded him. One lost both hands. Another was split from collar to hip. A third drove a phase weapon through Cade's abdomen. The blade solidified inside him and tore through his secondary organs. Cade killed the wielder. He remained standing. The floor disappeared beneath bodies. Split Karvak's torsos lay across shattered crown plate. Black entrails wrapped around Cade's greaves. Severed fingers twitched within pools of alien blood. Holt's voice entered his helm. "Charges set. Withdraw. Your route is closed. I am aware." Cade locked the captured gravitic cores around the reactor controls. Karvak's warriors seized him from behind. One glaive passed through his breastplate. Another entered beneath his ribs. Black claws tore at the seals around his throat. Cade looked towards the crown gate core. "Complete the vigil," he said. Then he detonated the charges. The lower reactor chamber became white fire. The explosion broke the control pillars. Gravitic rings struck one another. Karvak's warriors, debris and the remains of Severin Cade, rose into the air and stretched towards the collapsing core. The Watchmaster vanished with the enemy around him. Holt received no final signal. He continued forwards. Outside the crown ship, Torocles climbed. The damaged Contemptor had lost one arm. A vitreous blade wound remained open across his sarcophagus. Blood and amniotic fluid leaked from the golden engine as it dragged itself up the descending vessel's hull. The crown ship's armor glowed beneath atmospheric friction. Torocles drove his dread spear into the plating and used the embedded weapon to pull himself higher. Karvak's warriors emerged from gun decks and fired down at him. Gravitic impacts crushed armor. Bolt fire from his remaining weapon tore the defenders apart. One alien leapt onto the dreadnought's back and drove a glaive into the sarcophagus wound. Torocles reached behind himself, caught the warrior, and crushed it against the crown ship's hull. Black organs spread across the armor in a steaming smear. The final shield generator rose ahead. It stood within a rotating ring, protected by turrets and ranks of Pride cohort infantry. Torocles climbed into their fire. His dread spear struck the generator housing. The blade penetrated. Energy flooded the weapon. Warnings filled the ancient custodian's failing systems. He remembered terror, not as it was now, but as it had been when the Emperor walked beneath open skies and the palace had not yet become a tomb. A poor age, Torocles said, but still his. He overloaded his reactor. Golden white light consumed him. The explosion tore through the shield generator. Karvak's warriors became ash. The rotating ring split and fell away from the crown ship, burning through the atmosphere like a severed halo. The final distortion shield collapsed. Imperial guns struck bare hull. Inside the throne of knives, Ro found Kharjul. The chamber was built from the weapons of defeated species. Blades, rifles, spears, and broken standards covered the walls. At its center rose a black command throne surrounded by rings of suspended skulls. The true High Exactor descended from it. His armor shifted across his body like living glass. Custodian genetic data flowed through its systems. Adaptive fields changed before Ro attacked, predicting the power output of his spear and the density of his muscle. "You came alone," Kharjul said. Ro looked towards the Exactor's guards. They were already dead. Alarus axes had opened them across the floor. "No," Ro said. It was the first word he had given the High Exactor since entering the crown ship. Kharjul smiled. At last. He attacked. Their weapons met beneath the throne. Kharjul's phase blade passed through Ro's spear and cut his breastplate. A second weapon struck the custodian's wounded thigh. Auramite split. Blood ran. Ro changed guard. The adaptive armor changed with him. Every perfect movement was anticipated. Every thrust met a field already tuned against it. Kharjul fought with knowledge taken from custodian flesh, and pride made him faster with each success. "You are measured," the High Exactor said. Ro yielded ground. "You are understood." The phase blade entered his side. Ro fell to one knee. Kharjul raised both weapons. "Kneel fully." Ro lowered his head. The High Exactor paused. He required the moment. He needed the Golden Warrior to acknowledge him, needed the greatest servant of the Emperor to name defeat before the watching command throne. "Speak," Kharjul demanded. "Tell your corpse king who conquered his lion." Ro moved. His spear had been broken during the exchange. He drove the shattered haft into the joint beneath Kharjul's arm. The adaptive field shifted against the expected power blade and found only blunt force. The Exactor staggered. Ro rose. His Misericordia entered Kharjul beneath the breastplate and cut upwards through the first heart. The High Exactor tried to speak. Ro seized his cranial crown. "You confused patience with submission." He tore Kharjul's head backwards and drove the Misericordia through the throat, palate, and brain. The blade emerged between the crown ridges. Kharjul's silver eyes trembled. Ro twisted the weapon. The skull opened. Black brain matter and shards of cranial bone spilled down the High Exactor's face. His body convulsed once, then collapsed at the foot of the throne. The crown gate reactor failed. Across the system, every active gate collapsed. Karvak's vessels translating through them were cut in half. Prows emerged without engines. Stern sections materialized inside other ships. Several escorts appeared fused together, crews and hulls compressed into screaming knots of metal and flesh. One vessel translated inside the crown ship. Its arrival tore open the lower decks. Fire spread through the alien flagship. The immense vessel rolled above Vanek Prime. Imperial lances carved through its unshielded hull. Titan beams struck from below. Sections of the command citadel broke away and fell towards the atmosphere. Ro stood over Kharjul's corpse as the throne of knives tilted around him. He opened a channel to Battlefleet Vanek. Lord Admiral Vane answered through static. "Shield Captain. The High Exactor is dead. The gate network is collapsing." The crown ship began to fall. Its burning hull turned towards Vanek Prime, dragging fire across the sky. Rowe looked through the ruptured chamber wall at the wounded planet below. Commenced terminal planetary bombardment. The crown ship struck Vanek Prime like the judgment of an absent god. Its descent had already set the upper atmosphere aflame. Broken towers tore free from the alien hull and crossed the sky as burning blades. Vast sections of crown plate peeled away under Imperial lance fire, each fragment broad enough to crush a city. Streams of wreckage followed the dying vessel, forming a black procession behind it. Then the crown ship reached the central continent. For one impossible instant, the alien vessel seemed to rest upon the horizon. The world broke beneath it. The impact annihilated everything within sight. Mountains collapsed into expanding walls of fire. The continental crust folded downwards, driving molten rock through the surviving hive foundations. Oceans rose from their basins and entered the atmosphere as clouds of superheated vapor. Coastal cities vanished beneath water that had become steam before it struck them. The shock traveled around the planet. Hive towers hundreds of kilometers from the impact trembled, leaned, and fell. Their upper spires struck neighboring districts, bringing whole architectural ranges down in avalanches of ferrocrete, glass, and human bodies. Transit networks collapsed, reactor chambers ruptured. Billions died without seeing the fire that killed them. The Vanek Gate defensive line disappeared beneath ejecta. Stone descended from the sky glowing orange and white. Tanks melted where they stood. Men became black stains within vitrified trenches. Titans were buried to their knees, then their waists, then completely beneath mountains of incandescent debris. The surviving warlord Ferrum Dominatus attempted to turn from the blast. Its wounded leg failed. The god machine fell while firing its volcano cannon towards the burning crown ship. Its final beam cut through a descending section of alien hull before the Titan vanished beneath a wave of molten stone. The war horn continued sounding after the rest of the machine had been buried. Then the note ended. Above Vanek, Battlefleet vessels watched the planet disappear behind a storm of fire and ash. Lord Admiral Cassor Vane stood upon the ruined command deck of the indomitable Creed. Blood ran from a cut across his brow. Emergency lumens flickered over officers strapped into shattered stations. Through the Strategium's void fields, the planet below resembled a furnace wrapped in black cloud. "Impact confirmed," said the Master of Augurs. "Status of the crown ship? Structural collapse across most sections. Reactor signatures failing. No coordinated weapons fire. Status of the index?" The Master of Augurs hesitated. No reliable reading. Vane watched the burning world. Then continue the bombardment. Several officers turned towards him. The Admiral looked at none of them. Shield Captain Rowe issued terminal sanction. Every vessel with functioning weapons will fire upon marked Carvax concentrations. Ground forces within those zones are already dead. Some were not. The fleet fired anyway. Lances descended through the ash. Macro shells struck ruined cities. Torpedoes entered the atmosphere trailing white flame and detonated above the continental wound, reducing damaged Carvax vessels and trapped Imperial armies to the same expanding fields of fire. The Imperium declared victory 3 days later. The killing continued for 7 weeks. Carvax Pride cohorts survived beneath Hive Morn, within sealed vaults under Orison, and aboard warships whose broken hulls had fallen into the ash wastes. Some retained functioning crown gates, no larger than doorways. Others had been cut off from command, but continued fighting according to the last hierarchy they had received. They did not become beasts when isolated. They fortified. They rationed ammunition. They rebuilt weapons from damaged machinery. They catalogued Imperial attack patterns and placed trophies where the Deathwatch would find them. Captured soldiers were preserved inside witness engines so that their screams could be used to mark patrol routes. Garan Holt led the purge. He no longer wore the rank markings of a watch sergeant. Severin Cade's authority had passed to him because no other officer remained alive to claim it. The surviving Deathwatch descended through the ruins in squads too small to be called kill teams. Their black armor had lost much of its heraldry beneath repairs, scars, and plates taken from the dead. Several warriors carried weapons once borne by brothers, whose bodies could not be recovered. Holt carried Cade's Xenophase blade at his hip. The Watchmaster's vigil spear had vanished in the reactor detonation. Nothing of Cade had been found beyond fragments of black ceramite fused into the Crown Gate chamber. Rauk Iceblood walked at Holt's right hand. One leg had been rebuilt around an augmetic brace after the Pride blade wound inside the Crown engine. The repair stiffened his gait, but had not slowed him enough to please the Medicae. Malak Voss remained at the rear, plasma incinerator held across his chest. The weapon had been rebuilt 3 times. Each repair offended its machine spirit more than the last. Brax walked between them. Black crystal covered his left arm. They entered the underways of Hive Morn through a breach cut by melter charges. Heat remained trapped beneath the city. Water dripped from ruptured conduits and boiled when it touched the floor. The tunnel walls were filled with fused bodies. Men had crowded into the passage during the final bombardment. The heat had softened armor, bone and ferrocrete until they joined. Faces projected from the walls. Hands emerged from the floor. One guardsman's ribcage had fused around the barrel of his lasgun. Rauk struck the weapon with his boot. It broke free with part of the dead man's sternum still attached. "Poor forge work," the Space Wolf said. "No conversation," Holt replied. Rauk looked towards him. "You sound like Cade." "That is not praise." It was not intended as praise. The first witness engine began speaking before they reached it. A human head floated inside a cylinder of dark fluid. Metal hooks held the eyelids open. The flesh below the jaw had been removed, exposing tubes and wires threaded into the throat. "Garen Holt," it said in Vaughn's voice. "Command becomes you poorly." Holt fired. The bolt entered the cylinder. Fluid, glass, and brain tissue burst across the tunnel. Karvak's warriors attacked from the side passages. Their glaives came through the walls. One blade entered a Deathwatch veteran beneath the arm and became solid inside his chest. The warrior's armor expanded as his ribs were forced apart. Blood sprayed from his gorget. He fired his bolter into the wall at point-blank range. The mass-reactive shells passed through stone and detonated inside the alien beyond it. Black blood poured through the holes. Holt led the counterattack. Kraken rounds entered crownplate joints. Rauk broke a warrior across the hips with his thunderhammer, then struck the upper body again before it landed. The second blow burst the Karvax's head and chest together, scattering brain matter and broken cranial ridges across the fused civilians in the walls. Malak fired down a narrow side passage. Plasma filled it. The Karvax within became shadows behind blue light. Armor melted into flesh. One alien staggered from the blast with both arms burned away and its jaw hanging by strings of cooked muscle. Holt shot it through the face. Brax reached the command recess. His augmetics entered the Karvax relay before Holt could order him to stop. The black crystal on his arm brightened. "Data remains," the Iron Hand said. "Sever the connection," Holt ordered. "Campaign archive, Dominion routes, Pride records. Sever it." Brax looked towards him. His human eye remained clear. The augmetic half of his face had grown dark crystalline veins along the cheek and brow. "Not yet." Holt understood. The knowledge had already entered him. "Transmit to the Sable Vigil," Brax began. Data passed through his armor into the Deathwatch network. Karvax battle records, Crown Gate harmonics, hierarchies of command, charts of worlds no Imperial survey had ever named. The transmission required 47 seconds. The black crystal reached Brax's neck before the 20th. His armor warnings became audible over the squad channel. Organic tissue split beneath the growing mineral. Blood ran from his ear and hardened into dark glass before it reached his jaw. "Transfer incomplete," Brax said. His voice contained a second tone. Karvax phonemes whispered beneath the Gothic. Rauk raised his hammer. Holt stopped him with one hand. "Continue transmission." Brax's human eye turned towards the Imperial fist. "Decision acknowledged." The crystal pushed through his scalp. Points emerged from his skull in the shape of a broken crown. Metal plates across his face separated as growths forced themselves between them. His mouth opened. The sound that came from it was not his. Witness preserved. Holt placed the muzzle of his bolter against Brax's temple. Status: transfer at 86%. The crystal entered his eye. The organ burst. Black shards and blood ran down his face. Status: 93%. Brax's remaining hand closed around Holt's wrist. The grip was weak. Flesh, the Iron Hand said. For the first time, pain entered his voice. Failed. Status: complete. Something inside Brax inhaled. Holt fired. The bolt detonated inside the Iron Hand's skull. His head burst across the relay. Black crystal, brain tissue, metal components and fragments of bone struck the wall. The headless body remained standing, while corrupted signals twitched through its armor. Rauch raised his hammer. Holt nodded. The space wolf destroyed the corpse until nothing larger than a gauntlet remained. No one spoke Brax's name. They continued the purge. The prisoners were gathered upon the plains east of Hive Secundus. Several million had survived Karvak's captivity. They emerged from cages, nerve vaults, and damaged crown engine compartments. Many could no longer walk. Servitors and labor crews carried them onto the plain in transport beds. Some possessed no visible alterations. Others had black metal embedded along their spines, behind their eyes, or beneath their tongues. A number spoke only in Karvax. Several cried when they saw the golden armor of the Custodes and attempted to kneel. A Castian row watched from a raised command platform. Helion Voss stood beside him. The Vexilla had lost half its battle honors to fire. The Aquila remained intact. A Medici prefect approached. "My lord, initial screening indicates fewer than 1 in 5 carry active implants. Initial screening is insufficient. The remainder show no transmissible signal." "Not yet." The prefect looked towards the prisoners. "They are Imperial subjects. They are compromised material. Several resisted neural conditioning. We have testimony from guards who witnessed them killing Karvak's captors. Resistance does not prove freedom." The prefect's face tightened. "There are children among them." Rowe looked at him. The man lowered his head. "My lord." "Begin." Heavy weapons companies formed along the plain. The prisoners saw the guns. The first wave of screaming spread through the crowd. Men tried to run. Others fell to their knees and raised their hands. Priests among them began reciting the litany of faith, voices breaking as the barrels turned. One prisoner climbed onto a transport bed. "The Emperor knows us," he shouted. "He knows we remain true." Rowe gave the order. Heavy bolters opened fire. The first ranks disintegrated. Bodies burst beneath the rounds. Torsos opened. Heads vanished. Men behind them were struck by fragments of bone and armor, driven through flesh at lethal speed. The crowd collapsed inwards. Those at the center climbed over the dead, only to become trapped beneath the living. The guns continued firing. Blood spread across the plain. Severed limbs rolled beneath transport beds. Wounded prisoners drowned beneath bodies piled above them. Prometheum units advanced when the ammunition was exhausted. Flame washed across the survivors. Men burned while holding one another. Black smoke rose from hair, skin, and clothing. The smell reached the command platform. Rowe remained until every exposed prisoner was dead. The custodians dealt with their own wounded differently. They gathered them within the lower hangars of the Lex Ultima. Auramite armor lay open beneath white surgical lumens. Gene alchemically crafted bodies rested within stasis cradles. Some lacked limbs. Others had suffered wounds no biological system could survive outside mechanical support. Those capable of recovery were sealed within Medici vaults. Those who could not return to duty received the Emperor's peace. Helion Voss moved among them, carrying a misericordia. He paused beside custodian Maroth Acastus. The warrior's lower body had been destroyed. Gravitic damage had collapsed his organs. and driven fragments of his own auramite into both hearts. Acastus opened his eyes. Was the road denied? Yes, Voss said. Then the account is settled. Voss placed the Misericordia beneath his jaw. The blade entered the brain. Acastus died without movement. Voss withdrew the weapon and proceeded to the next cradle. There were no speeches, no lamentation, no visible grief. The names of the dead would be retained. Their service required nothing more. The final report reached Holt during quarantine aboard the Sable Vigil. Fewer than a quarter of the Deathwatch veterans deployed to Vanek remained alive. Several required the removal of alien implants before they could leave isolation. 2 had been placed in permanent stasis after suspected neural contamination. 1 had requested execution rather than risk awakening with another voice inside his skull. Holt approved the request. He read the captured Karvak's archive alone. Karjul had not commanded an invasion of the Dominion. He had commanded one frontier expedition. The records referred to thousands of Karvak systems organized into competing prides. Some possessed populations greater than entire imperial sectors. Others existed solely as military foundries, breeding academies or witness repositories containing the preserved minds of conquered species. The Ascendant Prides had observed Vanek. They possessed recordings of custodian combat forms, Deathwatch ammunition cycles, Titan shield tolerances, Imperial Void Doctrine, Guard command structures, human fear responses. They had measured the Imperium, and the data transmitted before the Crown Gate network collapsed had not been stopped. The Senatorum Imperialis sealed the Vanek campaign beneath censure absolute. Official records described the planet's loss as the result of catastrophic industrial instability compounded by unauthorized reactor excavation. The Karvak's name vanished from naval logs. Battle honors were denied. Survivors were reassigned under false designations, subjected to mind cleansing, or imprisoned within Ordo Xenos facilities. Those who remembered too much were executed. Those who remembered nothing were returned to service. The Imperium survived by converting truth into ammunition and memory into a liability. The final Karvak's transmission reached the Lex Ultima beyond Vanek's outer orbit. No Crown Gate opened. No vessel appeared. Vaughn's preserved voice entered the command deck through a channel that had been physically disconnected. "We have measured your greatest warriors." Rowe stood before the forward observation glass. Behind him, custodians raised their weapons. The voice continued. "When we return, we will bring instruments suited to their dissection." The transmission ended. Auger alarms replaced it. Gravitational signatures appeared beyond the mapped frontier. Not hundreds, thousands. They emerged one after another across distances too great to represent upon a single tactical display. Each possessed the same compressed distortion that had preceded the Crown Gates. Holt entered the command deck, wearing repaired black armor. Cade's Xenophase blade remained at his hip. The symbol of the Imperial fists upon his shoulder had been scorched almost beyond recognition. He stood beside Rowe. Vanek Prime burned below them. Ash covered the atmosphere. Where seas had once reflected the stars, fire now spread across blackened continents. Human remains filled the clouds in quantities beyond counting. The world's weather carried the dead around the planet. "Will Terra be warned?" Holt asked. Rowe watched the signatures multiply. Terra already knows. The shield captain turned from the burning world. "That is why we are still here." The Lex Ultima altered course. The Sable Vigil followed. Behind them, Vanek burned beneath a sky made black by human ash. Ahead, the stars awakened.